Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had a twin sister reborn as the Scarlet Witch. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. As she destroyed the Darkhold across every universe, a strange acceptance settled over her. Wanda knew that this would be the end of her. Pushing her powers to the limit and beyond would cost her life. Still, she resolved to ensure the Darkhold could never corrupt or twist anyone again in any reality. Closing her eyes, memories flashed before her, the good and the bad, though mostly bad. She remembered the friends she had gained and the friends she had lost, her first love taken by the Mad Titan and later twisted by others, the children she had created and loved beyond measure but had to sacrifice, the parents she wished she could have known longer, and her twin, the other half of her, taken too soon. Her life had been bittersweet, one loss after another. In that moment she did not feel despair or rage, she felt a quiet peace. In the infinite possibilities of the multiverse, there had to be a version of her that had everything she had never been given. A family, a twin who lived, friends, a normal life where powers were understood rather than feared, where no prophecy loomed over her. Perhaps in some world she would have been a hero, like the ones who had inspired her. She imagined a life with a warm home, a supportive mother, a father who worked hard for the family, and a twin who walked by her side. With a final exertion of power, she brought the Darkhold castle and Mount Wundagore down upon herself and whispered that she too could be a hero. Wanda Maximoff vanished in a brilliant flash of Scarlet, carrying hope that somewhere in the multiverse Wanda had everything she had ever wanted. When Wanda became aware again, she could not open her eyes and could barely move. She felt as if she were floating and sensed she was not alone in whatever place this was. A familiar presence returned, a feeling she had not felt since her twin's last breath. She realized he was here with her again. After so long, she finally felt complete in the way only she did with him. She had always known she was not meant to live without a twin. She needed that connection as an anchor against the chaos that had claimed her. Now that he was near, the burning pain in her soul had eased. The wound death had made in their shared spirit felt mended. Through the twin bond she had missed for so long, she felt his awareness. His mind had little in the way of thoughts, but he was aware of her presence since he came into awareness. His soul felt bright and strong through their connection. It did not matter that she could not open her eyes or move much. As long as her twin was with her, the place between life and death felt less frightening. Wanda did not know how long she spent simply basking in her twin's presence, moving with him to the strange drumbeat from above and listening to a muffled voice that brought them both comfort. For the first time in what felt like forever, she had no worries, no powers, no pain. She could just be. It seemed cruelly ironic that she felt more peace in passing than she had ever felt in life. That peace was disturbed when the odd liquid they floated in disappeared and the surrounding walls began to close in. Wanda realized with a jolt that she had not known there were walls as something pushed them from their place. Her twin grabbed her foot. Wherever he went, he would go too. She would not lose him again. She could not live alone. She should have expected that her rest would be unsettled. She had once pursued a child for power and chased that child across worlds. She had believed a book called The Darkhold might teach her magic, a decision that had led to terrible consequences. The memory of Pietro's sarcastic voice telling her she did not see it coming came to her like a reproach. A muffled scream yanked her back to the present. She was being forced out of her brief, fragile peace into something that felt like a tunnel. Darkness gave way to a distant light. She could not tell if she was moving toward an afterlife, toward some other realm, or being driven into a harsher fate. It was difficult to deny that her past had earned her punishment. She had caused grief in Westview and left ruin in other worlds. She had been monstrous enough to expect judgment. Suddenly the tunnel dissolved into the bright chaos of a hospital DLVRY room. Medical staff announced that they could see the baby's head and urged Mrs. Midoriya to push. Inko Midoriya, bewildered and crying out, panicked at the sensation and the sudden awareness that she was in labor. The team encouraged her to push, and with a final effort a loud newborn cry filled the room. Inko slumped back on the bed as pain and relief washed over her. The doctor handed the crying infant to a nurse to check on the mother, and then the doctor looked up again with a shock. He told Mrs. Midoriya that another baby was coming and that she needed to push once more. Inko screamed in pain and confusion at the unexpected second birth. Wanda, bewildered by the sudden shift from death to life, tried to make sense of it all. She had been certain she was gone. Now she found herself newly born into a world she barely recognized, held by people whose faces and voices were strange but filled with a fierce tenderness. She tried to recall religious teachings about rebirth and found only a jumble of half-remembered lessons. It struck her, absurdly, that this was why children should go to school. The second cry joined the first, and the doctor announced that the new arrival was a boy. Inko, searching for her firstborn, heard the nurse reply that the older twin was a healthy little girl and handed the girl into Inko's waiting arms. The woman held her newborn daughter with tear-filled eyes. The mother had dark green hair and matching green eyes. Exhaustion softened into a look of wonder and love as she met both of her babies. Tears spilled as she whispered that she was so happy to finally meet them. The quiet, teary first meeting was interrupted by the door banging open as a woman insisted on seeing her godchild and strode in, followed by a slightly embarrassed man carrying a grumpy baby strapped to his chest. Their arrival broadened the new mother's smile until it almost looked painful with its intensity. Mitsuki quickly took the baby girl from her friend, introduced herself as the aunt, and marveled at the child's green eyes and dark hair, joking that the little one's gentle charm would make many people adore her. Masaru peered over his wife's shoulder at the other baby and, relieved that the newborn was a boy, quietly hoped that he would be safe and well-looked. He imagined the boy growing up strong and healthy, perhaps with a quirk that would keep others at a respectful distance. Masaru pointed out the familiar features in the boy, noting that he resembled his family and feeling grateful that his grandson looked so robust. Mitsuki handed the baby girl back to Inko and asked what the parents planned to name the twins. Inko told them she had been thinking of naming the boy Izuku and the girl Akari. Mitsuki smiled, imagining the two infants and another little friend growing up together. Wanda, now Akari and still disoriented by the strange loop from death to birth, was unsure what to feel. She had died and returned, found a mother and a twin, and been moved into a life she had not chosen. Overwhelmed by the flood of new sensations and the exhaustion of rebirth, she closed her eyes and slept. Rebirth, she realized, was exhausting. She was standing in the clearing she and Pietro used to go to, their escape from the orphanage and their war-torn home. It was one of the few places in Sokovia that remained beautiful, green and lush, with flowers and trees growing everywhere. This was the one place they could be children, where they would run and play and pick flowers. This place held some of her happiest memories. A familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Pietro told Wanda that this place always made her smile, calling her sister. She turned almost as fast as the owner of the voice. Seeing him, she whispered his name, noticing he looked the same as the last time she had seen him alive, hair silvered by speed, electric blue eyes bright with mischief, skin that seemed to glow. Most importantly, he bore no signs of injury. He looked healthy, happy, and more at peace than she had ever seen her always moving twin. Pietro opened his arms with a gentle smirk and asked if his long-dead sister would accept a hug. Wanda responded sadly that he could not be real, insisting it must be a dream, though she never took her eyes off him for fear he would disappear. Pietro told her that he might be a dream, an imprint left behind, or that some greater force might be letting him appear now, and asked whether it truly mattered. Wanda took his hand tightly and told herself that it did not. They walked hand in hand around the clearing that had witnessed most of their happiest memories after their parents had died. She could not take her eyes off him. He looked alive and content, and that was all she had ever wanted for him. Pietro handed her a red flower and told her he was happy and at peace, that he was with their parents, that Tommy and Billy lived in their old universe and were loved, and that Vision had had his past data restored into a new body and was processing that. Wanda stopped and, with tears in her eyes, asked why she had not been given the same peace, why she had been reborn. Pietro pulled her into his arms and held her tight, whispering that it was not her time yet. He told her that one day, long from now, she could join them, but not before, and teased that he would kick her out of the afterlife if she tried to come early. He reached out and held her face and explained that her chaos magic had acted on her desire for a different life in a universe more accepting of people with powers. After a moment, Pietro told Wanda that it was not wrong for her to love the people she loved now. He assured her that loving someone new did not betray or replace those from her past. Love simply made more room. He said their mother, father, vision, her children, him, and everyone she had loved in her past life would always be in her heart. Leaning his forehead against hers, he said that moving on did not mean forgetting them, it meant healing, and that she had been given a second chance at life and could not let her past hold her back. Wanda asked what she should do, and Pietro urged her to live, enjoy childhood, go to school, pick up hobbies, make friends. He warned against wasting this life, grieving the last, and encouraged her to make the most of the possibilities before her. When Wanda confessed that the last time she had given in to her desires many people had been hurt and some had even died, Pietro urged her to make amends, to save more than she had harmed, to learn from her mistakes rather than dwell on them. He referenced Clint's sentiment that she could not spend a new life regretting the previous one and insisted she already knew what not to do. Wanda asked what would happen if she went down the same path again. Pietro countered by imagining the other possibility, that she would not. He spoke of her new younger brother, Izuku, and said that Izuku's stubbornness and determination would keep her from falling into darkness, that these qualities were why he had been chosen as her brother this time and that he would pull her back if she ever stumbled. When Wanda narrowed her eyes and asked what he knew, Pietro smiled and said that life's uncertainties were part of its fun. It was the journey, not the destination, that shaped a person. He told her he wanted her to discover who she was without the anger and sorrow of her previous life. A green-haired teen called to Akari and urged her to come on and let go, running up with an outstretched hand. Wanda recognized him instantly as Izuku, or what Izuku would look like as a teenager. She looked from Izuku to Pietro, feeling a lump in her throat. Taking Izuku's hand would mean leaving Pietro. Pietro encouraged her to go with their younger brother and promised they would see each other when it was her time. He kissed her hand before letting go. Wanda threw herself into his arms and hugged him as tightly as she could. She felt him place a gentle kiss on her forehead. She told him she would see him again and held him a moment longer before stepping away. She walked to Izuku and took his offered hand. The moment their hands touched, Wanda became the same age as Izuku. Her hair darkened and her eyes shifted until they matched the boy's. Izuku gripped her hand and began to run, pulling his sister toward the future. Pietro watched them go with a peaceful expression and told her to live well, little sister. Wanda looked back and saw her mother and father standing behind Pietro, each with a hand on his shoulder. They raised their free hands and blew her a kiss. Smiling through tears, Wanda blew one back and then turned her head forward, running toward the life that awaited her. Growing up again was strange. As a baby, all she did was eat, sleep, and, embarrassingly, make a mess in her diaper. Feeding was awkward and difficult. With little else to do as an infant, Akari spent her quiet hours thinking about her last life, how it had ended and what she had lost, and she cried. The crying helped, so she mourned the parents she had lost, the brother who had been killed, the man she had loved and then lost in a violent struggle, and the friends who had disappeared. Mostly she grieved for who she had been, the little girl forced to grow up too fast, the orphan on the streets of a war-torn place who never knew when her next meal would come, the tentative preteen who slept lightly because she could not trust anyone, the angry teen who agreed to cruel experiments out of helplessness, and the young woman who endured harsh treatment to gain power so she would no longer feel powerless. She felt sorrow for the woman who would always be feared for her abilities, the woman who tried to build a life and make amends only to lose everything and be branded a criminal. Akari mourned the woman who sacrificed the man she loved in a desperate attempt to save others, only to find that sacrifice did not bring the peace she had hoped for. She grieved for the person whose hopes had been ruined by a corrupted influence and the frightening changes that followed. Through all that grief, Akari's new twin, Izuku, held her hand, and their mother held her close and sang to her. That love and comfort, combined with time, helped her heal. What finally helped her accept her rebirth was seeing Pietro appear in a dream. After that dream, things improved. Her tears lessened and the ache in her heart eased. Slowly she started living again, even if living mostly meant mirroring her twin's small accomplishments. Rolling over, reaching, trying to sit up. Akari decided to progress at Izuku's pace so she would not stand out as strange or precocious. She was not a genius, her education had been interrupted, and although her mind remembered much, her infant body needed practice. She also found she had some childlike impulses left over from her early years. Following Izuku's rhythm felt safe and comforting. There were no adult worries, just her and her twin babbling and rolling together. Time spent with Izuku and their mother was warm, her brother was a happy baby and their mother was loving. They made Akari want to live. This could be a new start, as Pietro had suggested. She could have the childhood she had missed, go to school, make friends, get a job, perhaps fall in love again someday and have a family of her own. It would not replace everything she had lost, and it did not need to. It would have its own place, just as Izuku did. Akari understood that he was not Pietro and did not try to be. That did not make him any less her twin. Izuku was bright, warm, and steady like a mountain that weathered storms, and she loved him for that. She loved his hidden strength and the joy he radiated. His excitement was infectious and made it easy for her to be childlike again despite memories of her past life. He was exactly what she needed. The Bakugo and Midoriya families often spent time together, letting the children play on the carpet while the adults chatted. Little Katsuki was a bold child who crawled everywhere and tried to stand on his shaky legs. When Izuku saw this, he tried to stand as well, which meant Akari would have to try too. Uncle Masaru said excitedly that they were trying to stand and began patting his pockets for his phone to take pictures. Aunt Mitsuki cheered loudly, calling it a little competition and encouraging Akari to beat the boys while she handed Inko some tissues for happy tears. As the years passed, Wanda noticed more and more talk about heroes, quirks, and villains. All Might was the most notable figure, reminding her of a blend of Steve Rogers and Thor. There were other heroes too, and the city even had a billboard list. Having powers, or quirks, was normal. Her mother could move things toward herself, her Uncle Masaru often joked about sweating acid, and her Aunt Mitsuki spoke of her quirk as a blessing for her skin. Wanda had been born into a world where powers were ordinary. She had tried to use hers, only to realize that they were blocked. She could still feel them, but she could not access them. They were there, dormant and out of reach. Wanda thought that this was probably her punishment for the crimes she had committed in a previous life, a fitting consequence for not appreciating her abilities. She understood why they might be held back. Starting kindergarten taught her that most people developed quirks by age 4 unless they were mutation quirks, which some had from birth. In this world, no one blinked at a purple-skinned man walking by. People with animal features, flaming hair, or glowing eyes were simply part of the scenery. Hair, eyes, and skin came in every color imaginable, and nobody treated it as odd. Her twin brother idolized the hero All Might and watched the footage of his first appearance over and over. Izuku insisted that All Might was the coolest in the universe. Wanda privately thought he resembled what might happen if Steve Rogers and Thor had a child, which she found disturbingly funny. Still, All Might had reduced the number of villains so much that Wanda and Izuku could grow up relatively safely, even with quirks in the mix. Wanda did not know whether she wanted her powers to activate. She had done terrible things with them in her previous life. Though it was not the quirk's fault, she feared that regaining them might lead her to harm others again. At the same time, she missed that part of herself and wondered if, in this world, someone could help her learn control so she would not hurt anyone. She did not have to wait long. Some months before her 4th birthday, her powers finally activated. It happened in December. Their mother, Inko, had picked the twins up from daycare, and the 3 of them were walking home. While waiting at a stoplight to cross the road, a car slipped on an ice patch and began to swerve toward them. Inko wrapped her children in her arms to shield them. Wanda raised her arms on instinct. Instead of feeling an impact, Inko opened her eyes and found a red force field hovering in front of them, a luminescent mist connected to Wanda's outstretched hands. Wanda's eyes glowed the same red, and even her dark hair showed a faint red tint. Bystanders reacted with shock and relief. A passerby exclaimed that the little girl had saved them, and a teenager declared that it was definitely a hero quirk. Izuku shouted excitedly that Wanda had gotten her quirk and that she had saved them, hugging his twins so tightly that she could hardly breathe. Inko, shaken but relieved, asked if both children were okay and if Wanda felt all right. Wanda felt her powers surging now that they were free. She watched the red mist dance around her hands. The abilities felt familiar yet different, chaotic, hers, but shifted in some way. After the incident, Inko took Wanda to a quirk specialist to register the new ability. The specialist ran tests and explained his findings. He described Wanda's ability as a psionic quirk, likely a mutation derived from the combination of Inko's low-level telekinesis and her husband's fire-related quirk. He said that sometimes parents' different quirks can mutate together in a child to form a new, stronger quirk, and in Wanda's case it seemed to be the latter. The specialist noted that Wanda's manipulation of psychic energy had allowed her to generate the protective force field that kept everyone safe from the car and that she would need lessons to learn control, along with quirk counseling. Wanda observed that the specialist seemed to possess some ocular quirk himself, a subtle talent that helped him identify quirk types. Inko asked in confusion whether this was truly a mutated version of her own quirk. The specialist confirmed that, based on what Inko had described and the tests he had performed, the new ability appeared to be the result of both parents' quirks interacting. The specialist also mentioned that quirk use could cause limits like tiredness or headaches. He asked whether anyone had noticed such side effects. Inko nodded, acknowledging that she had experienced a slight headache after previous quirk tests. The specialist explained that quirks were like muscles and required training. Even if Wanda did not become a hero, she should practice to prevent harm to herself or others. He promised to provide contact information for a quirk trainer and a quirk counselor who could help. Inko expressed gratitude for the help and information. When the specialist asked what they should call Wanda's quirk, she thought for a moment and decided on chaos magic because it looked and felt a little chaotic. It did not feel exactly like the magic Wanda remembered from her past life, more like raw, unruly energy, but the name fit well enough. She did not tell the doctor everything her quirk could do. She kept the mind reading and mind manipulation to herself for now. Nat had always advised never to reveal all the cards at the beginning of the game. This world might be more accepting of powers, but it still favored the so-called hero quirks. For now she would observe and assess. She imagined Nat patting her on the back and proudly declaring that she was his girl. After the appointment with the quirk specialist, Wanda and Vision went to pick up Izuku from Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku peppered them with questions about her quirk on the way home, and Wanda relayed what the doctor had said. His excitement and awe at her abilities was unlike anything she had experienced. People usually feared her powers, or at least felt apprehensive. Vision, however, was not afraid. He was curious in the same way he was curious about everything, as if her quirk were an equation he needed to solve. Izuku's wonder warmed her, and his enthusiasm made her feel excited about her powers for the first time in both of her lifetimes. They began to discuss her quirk eagerly, what she could do with it and how she might use it as a hero. They also speculated about Izuku's own quirk, whether it might be similar because they were twins, or mutated differently since they were not identical twins, or perhaps related to one or both of their parents' quirks. Izuku begged to be shown as they finally arrived home, practically bouncing with excitement. Akari mimicked his enthusiasm and prepared to demonstrate. She lifted her hands, twirled them, and formed a small ball of energy between her palms. Izuku was awestruck and told her that her quirk was amazing, then asked what it felt like. Akari took a moment and explained that it felt a little chaotic but also as if it had always belonged to her, like a missing piece of herself that had finally been found. Izuku thought aloud that she could generate a force field from psychic energy and perhaps use the energy to move things, then asked what else she could do. Akari sent the thought that there was something she had not told their mother or the quirk specialist. Izuku began to ask how, but she cut him off mentally and told him he did not need to say it out loud, only to think it. He mentally responded that it was so cool, his thoughts filled with awe and racing a mile a minute. Inko watched her children talk with a soft smile. Her daughter had suffered from colic as a baby and had cried a lot, but she had outgrown it. Akari still tended to become quiet from time to time, almost as if she were lost in her own head, but for the most part she was a happy child who got excited over the smallest things: food, clothes, the softness of a blanket. She loved going to Build-A-Bear and making her own teddy bears, and she always grew tearful when she received a gift. While cleaning, Inko had found a box of keepsakes under Akari's bed. The box contained pictures of the family, photographs of Izuku and Katsuki with her over the years, the ticket from the first time Masaru had taken her to an amusement park, the first ribbon Mitsuki had used to tie her hair, the baby booties Inko had made for her, the bracelet Katsuki made in daycare, and the drawing Izuku had done of the two of them as the hero's twin might. Her precious children felt perfect to her. They had not given her the trouble she had feared. She had worried about raising two children alone, and she and her husband had discussed him moving back to help, but in the end he did not need to. Both babies had been easy to raise. Whenever Akari cried as a baby, Inko could quiet her by holding her close and singing. Izuku had been a happy child who could comfort his sister and make her smile. Going to daycare after her quirk manifested was an odd experience. Everyone asked her to demonstrate, even the teachers. With a twist of her wrist and a twitch of her fingers, she produced a ball of red, glowing mist, wrapped it around a toy Endeavor, made it spin and dance, then flicked it into the trash can. The children around her cheered and praised her quirk as flashy and impressive. Katsuki arrogantly declared that of course she would have an awesome quirk because she was his best friend. Izuku explained that it was a psionic quirk. She could manipulate psychic energy to move things with her mind. Izuku described how she had made a force field to protect them from a car that almost hit them, and how her ability felt like a mutated version of their mother's quirk. Izuku added that it was versatile and powerful, that she could capture villains, move citizens out of harm's way, rescue people from disasters, lift obstacles, and transport injured people. His excited explanation was cut off by a classmate. One classmate asked whether Izuku had gotten his quirk yet. Izuku replied with a smile that he had not. Riri was an early bloomer and sometimes one twin got a quirk before the other, but he expected his would show up soon. Another girl, Wanda, told the classmates that a quirk specialist had said she had manifested early, and she smiled at her little brother, finding his mumblings adorable and informative, especially when he talked about all the good he could do with his powers. Wanda thought her twin was very smart. Katsuki boasted that he would get his quirk before Izuku and that it would be even more impressive than Ari's ability, puffing out his chest with a wide grin. Wanda scrunched her nose and told him they would see. Katsuki, despite being a best friend, could be arrogant. Wanda felt it was her duty to keep him grounded. In fact, Katsuki was right. He manifested his quirk before Izuku and it was dramatic. His quirk allowed him to secrete an explosive substance from his palms and ignite it at will, a power as explosive as his personality. Izuku called her Riri, using characters that together suggested someone who possesses wisdom. After Katsuki got his quirk, Izuku grew more and more eager to manifest his own. He held out his hands as if to pull things toward him, breathed out in the hope of producing fire, and twirled his wrists and wiggled his fingers, but nothing happened. He wondered whether he would have a different kind of quirk. While Izuku waited, Akari received a visit from the Hero Public Safety Commission, who expressed interest in training her to become a hero. A commission agent told Mrs. Midoriya that they wanted Akari to join their hero training program for youngsters. The agent explained that the program would teach her to control her quirk and train her to use its full capacities, and that the commission would provide housing, education, and a substantial stipend. He also mentioned that other children in the program had similar abilities and that they already had experience with telekinetic capacities. The agent presented the information with a confident, businesslike air. Mrs. Midoriya worried aloud about housing and the idea of her daughter living away from the family. She asked who would soothe Akari when she had nightmares or pull her out of moods. The agent answered that having the children live at the training facility produced the best results, allowing them to focus on training and studies while being mentored by top heroes. He handed over a pamphlet about the program. Feeling uneasy, Akari glanced at her mother reading the pamphlet. She slipped 2 fingers of the hand resting at her thigh and sent a small portion of her power to the agent's mind, entering his thoughts. What she learned made her more wary. The commission protected certain heroes' images at the expense of truth and had influence over how heroes were used, sometimes in morally dubious ways. She decided she did not want her life shaped by that kind of agenda. Akari subtly altered the agent's perception so that when he returned to the commission he would underestimate the impressiveness of her quirk and remove her from their priority list. She also left a small, temporary imprint that would carry out the task for anyone the agent contacted. This was a trick she had learned, a controlled, lingering touch of her power that could act like a short-lived instruction. Her abilities bordered on sentience and often acted on intent to protect her, though they could become difficult to manage if her emotions got out of hand. Akari hoped the change would be enough to dissuade the commission. If they returned, she planned to watch them closely and be ready to expose any wrongdoing. She told her mother that she did not want to leave the family or Izuku. Akari said she would consider attending UA with Izuku and Katsuki when she was older if she chose to become a hero, and she promised to keep an eye on the commission so she could protect others if necessary. Their 4th birthday came and went. The situation of Izuku's quirk, or lack of one, grew more concerning as time passed. Izuku remained the only child in their kindergarten class who had not manifested a quirk. Their mother took him to a quirk specialist while Akari and their Aunt Mitsuki spent a girls' day together. They baked, shopped, and had fun, but Akari worried about Izuku. She had felt his shock through their bond earlier, and since then there had been nothing but numbness. As they neared home, Akari found it easier to enter his mind and understand what had happened. She jumped out of the car the moment it stopped and flew up to their apartment. Finding the room where her twin sat, she opened the window with her powers and floated in. The scene that repeated in his head broke her heart. Akari asked whether he could still be a hero, and Izuku's apologies filled the space between them as he wished things were different. Akari placed her hands on his cheeks and lifted his face so she could look into his eyes. She told him fiercely that he did not need a quirk to be a hero, he would have to fight smarter and harder than others, and although the road would be hard, it was not impossible. She thought of heroes she admired and decided then and there that she would become a hero too, partly to atone for the sins of a past life and partly because her twin was determined to follow his dream. They were twins after all, two halves of a whole, and they walked the road of life together. Izuku threw himself into her arms, asking if she still believed in him, his voice cracking and tears welling in his eyes. Akari vowed that she would always believe in him, and that certainty calmed his troubled mind. He felt that having his other half believe in him was enough to keep him from giving up. Akari realized they were floating. Izuku looked down in surprise because his feet were not touching the floor. Akari corrected herself and explained that she was levitating, smiling sheepishly. From the living room, Aunt Mitsuki exclaimed in surprise that Akari had flown up. She had not known Akari could fly. That day, Izuku became more determined than ever to become a hero, though the road ahead was not easy. When word got out that Izuku was quirkless, reactions were mixed. Some people looked at him with pity, others mocked him, and children were often the cruelest, bullying him for being quirkless and for still daring to dream of being a hero. The worst of the bullies was Katsuki, their former friend. The moment Katsuki learned Izuku had no quirk, he began to mock him and try to break his spirit. Whatever friendship they had was gone. Akari tried to protect him, but she could not always be there, and sometimes Izuku would refuse her help. Izuku insisted he had to stand up for himself, even when he bore bruises on his face. Akari admitted she did not like seeing him hurt. She hated that people were cruel to him simply because he was quirkless. She knew he tried to put on a brave face, but because she was so in tune with him, she could feel the hurt he hid. Whenever he doubted himself, Izuku would remember the day Akari promised to always believe in him, and that memory helped him place a smile on his face like his idol and keep going. If she could not protect him directly, Akari would make sure to avenge him. She was an avenger after all. Akari tracked Katsuki and his friends to the forest where they liked to play their hero and villain games. Approaching them, she warned them that she would not stand by while they hurt her brother and demonstrated her power by tossing them so they collided harmlessly with one another. She told them that every time they hurt her brother she would find them and get even. Katsuki recovered and insulted Izuku, calling him a weak loser who could not even protect himself. Akari reprimanded him, saying only villains picked on the weaker, then used a controlled blast to push him back and began to walk away. Katsuki shouted that being quirkless and wanting to be a hero was delusional, claiming that Izuku would die and that Akari was helping him to do so. His fist sparked as his anger rose. Akari defended Izuku's dream, saying that it was his right to try to become a hero and that perhaps he could be the first quirkless hero. She declared she would support him every step of the way and told Katsuki that no one had asked for his opinion, before turning to leave. Katsuki spat that she should not come crying to him if Izuku got hurt, and she answered over her shoulder that he was the last person anyone would go to for sympathy, then continued away, determined to protect her brother and their bond. After that, some people began calling her a witch, a label she did not mind. Izuku was the innocent, hopeful twin. Akari was the jaded one who understood how cruel the world could be. If a reputation as a witch helped protect her brother's innocence for as long as possible, she would embrace it. She and Katsuki had stopped being friends, though their families still gathered for dinners, barbecues, camping, and other trips. Akari ignored Katsuki unless he targeted her brother, in which case she fought him, something he seemed to enjoy as if it were training. Izuku had been analyzing heroes for most of his life. He studied their quirks, their fighting styles, and how their abilities could be used in different situations, hoping it would help him become a hero one day. He kept his analyses written in a notebook he carried at all times. One afternoon he pulled out a different notebook, a red one. He showed it to Wanda with sparkling eyes and a bright smile, explaining that he was using it for her because it matched her powers. He suggested they train her quirk together, testing its limits and working to make her stronger. He then wrote "World's Best Hero" on the notebook, which made her tear up a little. Wanda hugged him tightly and told him he was the best brother in the whole world. She warned him not to leave the notebook out in the open, joking that a villain might learn all her weaknesses. She ruffled his hair, and he took her warning to heart by developing a coded way to write his notes. He would always protect his twin. They began working on her quirk. Wanda already had a sense of what she might be able to do from memories of a past life, but in this world her powers were different, likely because there was no magic. Instead of wielding chaos magic, she learned to channel the natural chaotic energy that existed in the world, an extraordinary, powerful, and unstable raw energy. She could no longer warp reality, conjure, transmute objects, or cast spells. She retained the abilities linked to the Mind Stone, but the magical arts were gone for now. Perhaps they would return someday. To support her healing, Wanda started attending yoga and Tai Chi classes on the suggestion of Pietro. He had told her these gentle practices would help both body and mind, providing moving meditations she could not get from therapy. She imagined what it would be like to tell a therapist about the collapse of her previous life, losing her parents, being recruited into dangerous experiments by a hateful organization, clashing with heroes before joining them, losing a twin, falling in love, being hunted by the world, losing her love, dying and returning to life, confronting powerful enemies, taking control of a town and later releasing it, marrying, having children, and believing herself a prophetic figure with the fate of worlds at stake. She thought a candid recounting of that history would likely result in institutionalization, so she chose yoga and Tai Chi instead. Pietro had also suggested she pick up a hobby, so she took both practices that would strengthen body and mind. Her mother did not question her choices. She was used to her daughter trying new things. Wanda had tried archery because of Clint, ballet for Nat, art for Steve, music for Sam, and learning about the world for Vis. She found that moving on did not mean forgetting. She could remember them while doing activities that reminded her of them. Beyond training, Wanda began doing many things she had never tried before: rollerblading, ice skating, and soccer, picnics in parks, museum visits, amusement parks, and arcades. She resolved that in this life she would enjoy every possible moment and build many happy memories to look back on. The road to healing was long and difficult but necessary. She understood the danger of letting her emotions spiral and the person she could become if she gave in to darker impulses. She held Pietro's words close and was determined to live her life without letting the past define her. She was not alone. Even though her family did not know about her past life, their love and support steadied her. When she feared what her powers might become, she would sit and listen to her twin as he offered countless ideas for how her abilities could be used for good. When the world became overwhelming, she would find her mother, rest her head in her lap, and simply feel that steady warmth. This was her journey of redemption, and she was determined to give it her all. Plus Ultra. Wanda gives Izuku Miyu the name Mind-Tai, explaining that mind refers to mind, spirit, feelings, thoughts, heart, chest, and the center of things, while Tai means to bind, connect, assemble, put together, or complete. Flashback. It was a beautiful day and the Midoriya twins were at the park. Akari was picking flowers for her mother while her twin played on the playground. Feeling Miyu's pain and hearing explosions made Akari drop the flowers and run toward where she sensed her brother. When she arrived, she saw Bakugo Katsuki and his two friends, Fatty McWings and Edward, bullying and shoving her brother. Akari growled and used her power to fling Edward away, then pulled Fatty down from the air and sent him tumbling before dodging Bakugo's explosive blast. Bakugo accused her that she was always protecting that useless Deku and that he would drag her down. Akari smirked and said that she had them as target practice to sharpen her skills, then used her power to twist his wrist and toss him aside, warning that she would tell his mother if they did not leave. They both knew his mother would ground him. Akari was the goddaughter of Mitsuki Bakugo. For the moment the threat worked, though Akari was not looking forward to the day it would not. They had been best friends not long ago. She turned away from her once best friend and walked over to her dazed twin, kneeling beside him. Akari told Miyu that she was thinking of trying to figure out how to heal with her quirk as she took bruise ointment, disinfectant spray, and bandages from the first aid kit in her backpack. Miyu said that it could work because her telekinesis interacted with things on a molecular level. Since Akari could disintegrate objects by pulling molecules apart, she should be able to pull them together to heal. He suggested testing the idea on something other than himself first, tilting his head in thought. Akari said she knew that would snap him out of his daze, smiled, cleaned his scrapes, and applied ointment to his bruises. The Midoriya twins were running through the streets, trying to get to school on time. Wanda had forgotten to set her alarm, and Izuku had been distracted by an All Might interview and had not noticed that she was still sleeping. Wanda scolded him in her mind that the world could be ending and he would still get distracted by All Might. Izuku protested mentally that he was not that bad, then cried out in excitement when he saw a huge villain at Tetsuin Station. The villain standing on the overpass looked like a strange cross between a rat and a shark. Akari urged her twin to remember they were going to be late, but he walked closer to get a better look. Akari told Miyu that she loved him but that he was going to give her gray hairs. She shook her head exasperatedly, fondness shining in her green eyes. Izuku assured her that he would not and complimented Riri's hair as he tugged a lock of her dark red hair before moving closer to the overpass, eager to see how the heroes would respond. Ratshark charged and struck an electric pylon, sending sparks and debris flying. People screamed as the pylon came down with live wires attached, but Death Arms arrived in time and prevented it from falling on anyone. The fearful crowd turned to cheers and applause for the hero. A relieved man praised Death Arms, and someone nearby remarked that they wished they had a quirk that made them super strong. Water swelled and formed a barrier between the crowd and the raging Ratshark. Backdraft used his rescue abilities to keep everyone back and warn the spectators that the area was far too dangerous. As Izuku tried to get a better view, someone nearby commented that Backdraft's presence would keep them safe. Two men discussed what had happened to the villain. One explained that it had been an amateur who had stolen a bag and gotten cornered, and the other scoffed that with a quirk like that the man was just a petty thief. Izuku pushed his way through the crowd and Akari followed, unwilling to leave him alone in case things turned dangerous. A new hero arrived to confront the villain and a group of fans began cheering excitedly. Kamui Woods had entered the scene. Izuku's excitement made him practically vibrate as he reached Backdraft's barricade, and Akari warned him that one day he would be caught in the crossfire, taking his hand as she reached him. In this world, watching heroes and villains fight was a form of entertainment, and Izuku always stopped to observe and learn. Izuku gushed like a fanboy about Kamui Woods, squeezing his sister's hand tighter and pulling a reluctant smile from her. A man with star-shaped accessories teased that Izuku's grin marked him as a fanboy, and Izuku admitted as much sheepishly. Ratshark swung to smash Kamui Woods, but Kamui leaped out of the way, landing on the villain's arm. He ran up the giant limb, wrapping his extended wood around the other arm, only to be thrown clear and manage a nimble landing on his feet. Kamui accused the villain of assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour, and branches started to grow along his arm as he prepared his counterattack. Wanda watched with an amused smirk, finding the spectacle oddly endearing. Izuku pointed out Kamui's special move, practically buzzing with anticipation. A bystander shouted for the tree-themed hero to show something flashy. Izuku excitedly named Kamui's techniques in his head as Kamui prepared himself. Mount Lady then intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ratshark off the overpass and leaving the crowd momentarily stunned while Kamui stood with his arm raised like a bare tree. The sequence of flashy, dramatic heroics underscored how showy moves and quick, decisive action often mattered more than long, slow attacks. Some onlookers took many photos of Mount Lady as the crowd cheered. Mount Lady introduced herself to the crowd and assured them that the danger had been handled, and the spectators erupted into applause and relieved chatter as the heroes organized to secure the scene. Izuku muttered the word gigantification as he wrote down his observations. He noted that the hero had the looks and attitude to be a crowd favorite and that her quirk was flashy, but he worried that getting around the city without causing damage would be difficult, which might limit her usefulness. Wanda raised her fist in solidarity and remarked that the hero was pretty and that there should be more female heroes at the top. Starhead teased Izuku for taking notes and asked if he wanted to be a hero too. Izuku responded with an adorable smile and twinkling eyes, saying that he did, more than anything. Akari glanced at her wristwatch, a gift her father had sent from abroad, and told them they had to go now but that Izuku could write more after school. Izuku realized they were going to be late and called out to Riri. Riri threw her hands up in mock annoyance, said she had been saying the same thing the whole time, and then pulled him toward school. Izuku looked at his beautiful sister with a fond glint in his eyes. Her once dark hair had slowly turned a deep red since she developed her quirk. He knew she was never truly annoyed, she always supported him in his hobby, indulging his rants, discussing ideas, and giving him advice on how to train to become a hero. She was the only one who had encouraged him to keep trying. When the whole world told him he could not, his stronger half had insisted that it would be hard but that he could do it. He sometimes wondered if the universe had given him a twin because it knew he would need her strength, her support, her open-mindedness, her dramatics, and above all her endless love. She often read his mind and answered what he felt without him saying a word. She told him that she needed him just as much as he needed her and called him Dear Heart. She had once told him, as she hid her face in his chest, that he was a mountain strong and steady and that her mind was the cave where she found shelter from the storm of everyone else's thoughts. That moment had been the first time he felt like a true hero. Despite her strength and power, she still needed him. She reminded him that he was so much more than being quirkless and that the lack of a quirk did not define him, then threw her arm over his shoulder and gave him a one-armed hug. Akari sat in class, listening to the teacher drone on while drawing Natasha as a ballet dancer. She often sketched her friends. Sometimes she drew them as heroes, other times as ordinary people living ordinary lives. It brought her comfort to draw faces from the past life. The teacher began by reminding the third-year students that it was time to start thinking seriously about their futures and what they wanted to do with their lives. He considered passing out career aptitude tests but then dropped the stack of papers and suggested, rhetorically, that most of them were planning to pursue the hero track. He tossed the tests aside. Most of the students cheered and activated their quirks. Akari rolled her eyes, amused and a little exasperated at how easily they were swept up in excitement. Katsuki Bakugo leaned back with his legs on the desk and demanded not to be lumped in with the others, boasting about his abilities and mocking his classmates as unworthy of real hero work. His arrogance filled the room, dramatic enough to annoy everyone. Akari watched as Bakugo made a spectacle of himself. His ego seemed larger than life, and she found the display both entertaining and tiresome. One of Bakugo's friends pushed back, and another student called his behavior uncalled for. Bakugo threatened to take on the whole class, grinning as he challenged them. The teacher read aloud some results and commented that Bakugo's scores were impressive, possibly enough for UA High. The announcement shocked many students. Someone asked if he was really going to try for the national school, and another reminded the class of the school's low acceptance rate. Murmurs of disbelief spread through the room. Akari was not surprised. She knew Bakugo expected to win at everything and would accept nothing less than the best. From the back row by the window she could see her twin laying his head on his desk, trying not to be noticed. Bakugo declared that UA was the only school worthy of him and bragged that he had aced the mock tests. He announced that he would be the most famous and wealthy hero and that it all started with getting into UA High. The teacher then mentioned that Akari Midoriya was also trying for UA, and several students reacted with excitement. One classmate speculated that Akari had the looks and quirk for it, while another questioned her intelligence, referencing a recent rejection. Akari ignored the chatter and made eye contact with Bakugo. She lifted a brow in challenge and let a scarlet wisp of power dance between her fingers in a subtle display. Bakugo returned the smirk, thinking privately that facing Akari would only make him stronger over the years and that he welcomed the rivalry. The teacher turned to Izuku Midoriya and asked if he intended to try for UA as well. Some students laughed at the idea because Izuku was known to be quirkless. Izuku stood up and replied timidly that the rule excluding quirkless students had changed and that he could try. Bakugo reacted angrily, rushing toward Izuku with a hostile expression. Akari quickly formed a protective force field around her brother to keep him safe. Bakugo struck the barrier with a small explosive blast, a burst of energy that startled Izuku and sent him tumbling backward onto the floor. Bakugo continued to taunt Izuku, insisting that someone without a quirk could never keep up with the best and would not belong at the school. He mocked Izuku as defenseless and suggested that Izuku would only embarrass the institution. Akari stepped between Bakugo and her brother and tilted her head, meeting Bakugo's stare with red-tinged eyes and her powers at the ready. Izuku quickly waved his hands, trying to calm the situation and explaining that he had wanted to be a hero since he was little and that even without a quirk he wanted to try his hardest. Bakugo's expression hardened, his words sharp and cruel as he questioned Izuku's place among aspiring heroes. Akari spoke firmly to Bakugo, demanding that he stop. Bakugo lowered his gaze for a moment when she used a childhood nickname, acknowledging that she had not called him that since they were children and since the day she had turned her back on him and walked away from their friendship. The teacher finally restored order and directed everyone back to their seats. When school ended, Akari walked over to Izuku with her phone in hand. She told him that their mother had texted asking for a few things she had forgotten to buy, and that the shoes Akari had liked last week had been restocked in her size. She asked if he wanted to come with her. Izuku, still scrolling his own phone, looked up and told her he would stay to write down notes from the fight that morning before he forgot anything. Akari said she would see him at home and asked if he needed anything from the store. Izuku asked for a cinnamon roll. Akari teased that there were laws against cannibalism, and Izuku objected that he was not a cannibal, which made Akari laugh. She moved through the school hall smiling, ignoring the curious looks. She would not be friends with people who treated her brother badly just because he did not have a quirk. Katsuki Bakugo called after her. Akari turned and saw him striding toward her with his usual entourage. She told him she was busy and continued toward the exit. One of Bakugo's followers made a crude remark, and another told Bakugo he should know better because the school flower only talked to her brother. Bakugo snapped at them and then called to Akari again, but Akari ignored him and kept walking. Bakugo muttered that she was always walking away from him. Wanda went to the Teruin shopping district because the store there had the shoes she wanted. She planned to get everything she needed in one place. She bought what her mother needed first and put it in her backpack, then returned for the shoes. She also bought new workout clothes and a red leather jacket she loved, the same style Pietro had taken from Natasha in a past life. With what she came for and a few extras, she started home. She had wandered deep into the district. She walked at a relaxed pace while sipping an iced matcha latte she had made, heading for the entrance closest to her home. Halfway through the district, an explosion shook the ground and she wondered what had happened. She closed her eyes, focused, and began to scan nearby mines to find the source. Panic and shouting pushed through the crowd. A sludge villain was setting off explosions and blocking the way home. Death Arms, Slugger, and Hitchcock arrived at the scene. Wanda picked up Bakugo's frantic thoughts, which hit her oddly because, despite his outward shouting, Katsuki's mind was usually a steady whisper. She called his nickname in her head and focused to locate him. Katsuki's thoughts flared with terror and defiance, insisting he was not going to die. The sludge villain had taken someone hostage and was preying on a child. Death Arms charged and struck the villain, but his hand was caught in the slippery mass. The villain kicked him away. Hitchcock moved to check on his fellow hero while Slugger warned everyone to watch out as the villain launched a sludge fist. The other two heroes leaped back just in time. The villain threatened to snap the hostage's neck if anyone came closer. Wanda reached into Katsuki's mind again and called to him telepathically. Katsuki registered her voice and called her name in surprise. Wanda told him she was coming and urged him to keep fighting, focusing and pushing through the panicked crowd toward the battle. Katsuki fought back fiercely, freeing his mouth to scream and creating explosions in his hands, shouting that the villain had picked the wrong person to mess with. As Wanda pushed through people, the villain taunted Katsuki about his power and boasted that with that quirk under his control he could challenge All Might. The villain began to grow larger. Mount Lady ran toward the scene but stopped, noting she needed more space to maneuver. Bakuga's minions were caught in flames until Kamui Woods grabbed them and dragged them through the streets to safety, remarking that fire and wood did not combine well and he would let someone else stop the main threat. Backdraft tried to contain the fires and called for fire trucks. Death Arms explained he could not get a grip on the villain's strange, shifting body, and Katsuki's explosions made the situation worse. The sludge villain tightened its hold on Katsuki and began to envelop him. Wanda dodged falling debris and frantic civilians and told Katsuki she was almost there. She sensed another familiar mind nearby and, focusing on it, saw that person trying to help free Katsuki. Wanda muttered that rules be d'med and launched herself into the air. She flew through smoke and fire and landed behind Katsuki, who was clawing at the sludge. She announced that she was there and reached into the mass, concentrating on the molecular flow of the slime to pry it away from Katsuki and wrap her power around him. The sludge clung tenaciously, but Wanda worked to loosen it and pull him free. Feeling its grip slip, the sludge villain raised a slimy hand and generated a powerful explosion aimed at the nearby heroes. All Might arrived at that moment and intercepted the blast, taking the impact to shield everyone. He admitted to himself that he had been failing to live up to his own ideals, that pros risked their lives for others, and then he moved to secure the wounded. All Might gathered Wanda, Katsuki, and Izuku with one arm to protect them. Wanda finally had an unconscious Katsuki in her arms and cried out with relief. All Might answered that he had shown them the traits that make a great champion and that sacrifice was part of being a hero. He then delivered a decisive strike, a surge of power that dispersed the sludge villain in a sweeping wind that scattered the remaining debris and smoke. Mount Lady used her arms to shield the civilians and the heroes. When the wind settled, All Might was breathing heavily and rain began to fall. Someone in the crowd noticed the rain, and others pointed out that the storm had moved with the force of the recent blast. Death Arms and the assembled onlookers stood in stunned silence as All Might, smiling at the crowd, steadied himself and raised his fist in a sign of reassurance. In the aftermath, the heroes collected the scattered sludge and the villain was taken into police custody. The heroes scolded Akari's brother for being reckless, and they cautioned Akari not to use her quirk without a license again, explaining that they would let her off with a warning because her quirk had saved a child's life and her brother had been in danger, and because All Might had asked them to be lenient. They praised Cat for his bravery, his toughness, and his impressive quirk. The way home, Akari tried to process what she had seen in her brother's mind, the memory of what had happened to him since their goodbye at school. She remembered Katsuki setting Izuku's notebook on fire and then tossing the ruined pages out the window, taunting him that if he wanted to be a hero he should pray to be born with a quirk in his next life and give up now. The image of Izuku thinking his dreams had been destroyed haunted her. She also saw the attack by the sludge villain in her brother's memory. The villain had enveloped Izuku in muck during a frantic struggle. He had gasped and fought to get air until help arrived. All Might had appeared in a burst of motion, leaping into the air to rescue him. Izuku had clung to All Might's leg as they landed on a rooftop, terrified but safe. Akari remembered Izuku asking whether it was possible to become a hero without a quirk, questioning whether someone ordinary could ever hope to be like the heroes he admired. All Might responded by showing that his heroic form was not the whole story. His larger, more imposing silhouette had shimmered and faded to reveal a thin, exhausted man beneath, his torso wrapped and scarred from long-serving injuries. All Might explained that he could only sustain his full hero form for about 3 hours a day. He admitted that he smiled to hide the fear he felt and that the job required constant risk. Some villains were nearly impossible to stop without powers. All Might told Izuku that becoming a hero without a quirk was not realistic in the conventional sense, but he encouraged the boy to keep goals attainable and meaningful. Akari understood then why her brother was so crushed. His hopes had been burned, drowned, and beaten down. She reached for him and offered simple comfort. Akari suggested they get ice cream and watch sitcoms at home, adding that she had bought 3 cinnamon rolls. She held up 3 fingers and smiled with a look only a twin could share. Izuku returned a small, sad smile and said that ice cream, sitcoms, and cinnamon rolls were exactly what he needed. They both turned when Katsuki ran toward them. Katsuki began with harsh insults, angrily declaring that he would never ask a weakling for help and calling Izuku a quirkless failure. Izuku cried out as he tried to hold his twin back. Akari, anger flaring, stepped between them and ordered Katsuki to shut up, furious that he had told her brother to kill himself. Her voice broke with tears as she accused him, and then she shoved him away so forcefully that he stumbled off in a hurry. Izuku hurried after her, trying to calm her by pointing out that jail didn't serve ice cream. Akari, trembling and glaring in the direction Katsuki had gone, muttered threateningly that she could erase the evidence if she had to. Izuku smiled through his worry and tried to soothe her. Suddenly All Might reappeared. Izuku, looking for reporters, asked where he had come from and how he had dispersed the crowd. All Might declared that he stood for justice and then showed visible strain. His heroic countenance wavered, he coughed and steadied himself, and he reverted to his smaller, frilier appearance. Akari then tapped her temple and revealed that she could read minds, adding that it was a secret. All Might nodded his thanks and turned his attention to Izuku. All Might explained that Izuku's actions had inspired him. If Izuku had not told him about his life or had not run into the fight, All Might admitted he might have remained a helpless bystander. Seeing the timid, quirkless boy attempt to save someone had moved him to act. He described how many heroes' bodies moved before their minds had time to catch up, and that something like that had happened to Izuku that day. Overwhelmed, Izuku fell to his knees and Akari rushed to hold him as he broke down in tears. All Might, speaking with earnest conviction, told Izuku that he, too, could become a hero. Then, with dramatic gravity, All Might offered his power. He declared that he deemed Izuku worthy, and that his quirk could be inherited. Akari tilted her head in confusion at the idea of inheritance, and Izuku stared wide-eyed, unsure of what it would mean. All Might laughed and reassured them that he would not force himself on anyone. It was Izuku's choice whether to accept this tremendous responsibility. He asked Izuku directly if he wanted to accept his power, though he showed clear signs of pain and fatigue as he spoke. Akari watched All Might carefully, thinking that he was in so much pain there had to be something she could do to help. She considered her options and the weight of the decision before them. Izuku stared in confusion, wondering what All Might was talking about and what it all meant. Wanda telepathically suggested that perhaps All Might would explain. She had never realized quirks could be passed on. All Might raised a hand and explained that journalists always guessed his quirk was super strength or some kind of invulnerability. He said he usually joked and dodged the question in interviews because the world needed to believe their symbol of peace was a naturally gifted hero, when in truth there was nothing natural about his ability. He revealed that he had not been born with the power but had received it from someone else, describing it as a sacred torch that had been passed on to him. Izuku's sister smiled, amused at All Might's theatrics. Izuku could not believe that someone could have given All Might that power. Wanda, thinking of Monica and how she had also granted powers through different means, considered the difference between those kinds of power and this one. All Might told Izuku that he could pass his abilities on and that Izuku could be next. Izuku felt overwhelmed, unsure how to process so much at once. All Might noticed and chided him lightly for overthinking the idea of inheriting the quirk, saying he would have to accept the new reality. He explained that the true name of his power was One for All, and that it grew as each person improved it before handing it to the next. He held out a hand and let it glow with a steady light as he emphasized that this cultivated power was the source of his ability to save those in need. Izuku repeated the name in his mind, astonished. All Might went on to say that he had been searching for a worthy successor, and that he had watched Izuku act like a hero when he tried to save a child while others stood back. All Might noted that Izuku might be quirkless in appearance, but his actions proved his heroism. His words moved Izuku to tears. Might teased Izuku about crying so much if he wanted the quirk, though his tone was warm. He encouraged Izuku and expressed pride when Izuku resolved to accept the responsibility. Wiping his tears and meeting his sister's nod of encouragement, Izuku stood up with determination and told All Might he would accept. All Might remarked that Izuku's lack of reluctance was exactly what he had expected. But the transfer was not simple. Receiving All Might's power proved difficult, as Izuku would soon discover. Wanda called Izuku Miyu, Miyu meaning mind, spirit, feelings, thoughts, heart, chest, center, the point. Izuku called her Riri, Riri meaning to exist, to have, to hold on to, and also wise, shrewd, someone with a good head. Bakugo called her Ari, Ari meaning bright, clear, and knowing the way of things. Wanda called him Cat because he reminded her of the grumpy cat. Izuku had left Who Knew How early and had called her at an ungodly hour to meet him and All Might at Dagoba Municipal Beach in workout clothes. Akari wondered why anyone would want to go to Trash Beach this early in the morning. Even after drinking a few cups of matcha tea to wake up coffee and her quirk did not mix well, so matcha had become her lifeline, she still did not understand. After getting dressed in black workout tights, a sports bra, and zipping up a red hoodie, Akari stood in front of the mirror and pulled her dark red hair into a high ponytail. She walked to the kitchen, grabbed a few water bottles, filled her to-go mug with more tea, slung her gym bag over her shoulder, and left. It was official. Her brother hated her, she decided. There was no other explanation for making her come to Trash Beach so early when they had school in a few hours. Arriving at the beach, she saw piles of trash everywhere. Sighing, she located her brother's mind and used it to navigate the trash labyrinth. When she finally found them, Izuku was going through a stack of papers. Akari asked him what he was reading, and they both screamed and jumped when they startled each other. Izuku told her that she needed to stop walking so silently, and he tried to calm his racing heart. He added that she never made any noise when she walked. All Might announced his arrival dramatically, striking a hero pose with his hands on his hips and addressing her as young Miss Midoriya. He handed her a stack of papers and explained that he had tailored his aim to pass, American Dream plan to fit her as well. He said he had spoken with her brother about her quirk and her day-to-day life. Akari flipped through the detailed plan and hummed. The plan covered workouts, meals, sleep schedules, and study routines. The only thing it did not schedule explicitly was bathroom breaks. She noted inwardly that it was even stricter than the regimen someone named Steve had set for her in her last life. She thanked All Might for the effort, and he told her that no thanks were needed. They prepared to begin the morning's training, the sound of the waves and the scattered trash forming an odd backdrop to their determined energy. He replied. He had often wished he did not have to walk this road alone. He had wanted someone to share the burden. Now his chosen successor stood before him, born with that companion, someone powerful enough to stand side by side with the ninth user of One for All. He only hoped history would not repeat itself. She ran, jumped, ducked, climbed, and avoided traps in the woods. After the obstacle course, she returned to the beach to do sit-ups, push-ups, and squats before moving on to yoga or tai chi. All Might also trained her quirk, bringing a tennis ball launcher and making her catch and hold ball while more shot out at increasing speed. He had her unravel tangled wires and knotted ropes with her powers and lift the piles of trash her brother cleaned off the truck at the garbage dump. She had not realized her powers in this life were back to the level they had been when fighting Ultron, but they had also grown since then. Akari first acquired her quirks in this life, learning and experimenting with Izuku. Because she often fought Katsuki, who always returned stronger, she had improved with every encounter. They were back to basics, but they had grown, and she had become stronger through training, just as the doctor had told her when she was younger. Quirks were like muscles, and she had not been training them as hard as she had in her past life. It felt like learning to walk all over again. Her mind knew what to do, but her powers needed practice. She imagined Steve giving her his disappointed look and Nat giving her a look that said she was not as smart as she believed, which made her feel foolish. Besides training, she attended school and studied for exams. She also read medical books so she could learn to heal people with her telekinesis. The human body was not like Vision's android body. She needed to understand it at a molecular level, where different parts belonged and how they worked. She did not want to risk connecting a blood vessel to a nerve, so Akari used her powers to feel her mother and brother's bodies to familiarize herself with human anatomy. When she explained that she was doing this to learn to heal, her mother and brother looked so proud of her that they cried. She sat in class and watched her twin struggle to stay awake before beginning to take notes and mutter. The teacher called Izuku Midoriya's name, reached out and tapped his head in reprimand, and told him to pull himself together. The rebuke made Izuku stop rambling and cover his mouth. The teacher acknowledged that Izuku had had a run-in with a villain but reminded him that if he wanted to get into UA, he needed to know something, and the classroom laughter followed. The rest of the class began making fun of Izuku again, and Wanda mentally noted every one of them, vowing that if she had the time and energy she would make them face their worst fears. Time passed quickly with training, school, and studying. Before they knew it, it was fall. Akari jogged beside Small Might, who rode a Segway, and Izuku jogged behind them carrying a safe on his shoulder. They heard the safe hit the ground and turned to see Izuku faceplant on the pavement. Small Might urged him to look alive, reminded him there were only 3 months left, and scolded him for risking everything after so much work. Izuku struggled to pull himself forward. Akari expressed concern and observed that her brother was exhausted. Small Might explained that the aim to pass, American Dream plan he had given Izuku, was created with his body in mind and had been fine-tuned to ensure steady, manageable progress, and he said sternly that Izuku had not been sticking to it and that overdoing things would be counterproductive. Wanda had been so busy and tired lately that she had not paid attention to her brother's thoughts and had not noticed he was rushing himself. Izuku insisted that he had to work harder or he would not stand a chance against the other applicants. He declared that he did not just want to get into UA, he wanted to excel and be like Small Might, to become the greatest hero in the world, and he would keep trying until he had what it took. His voice started soft but ended strong. All Might transformed into his hero form and lifted Izuku up. All Might praised Izuku's fighting spirit and said it served him well, then reassured him that this was not the time to rush and promised to adjust the plan to get him back on track. The twins said in unison that he was not an old man. Morning of the exam arrived. All Might picked up Akari Midoriya from her obstacle course and drove her to the beach to meet her brother, Izuku. As they settled into the car, Akari asked All Might for permission to try something. She held out her hand, a faint red mist dancing in her palm, and moved it toward the area where he carried his injury while waiting for his consent. All Might, curious, asked what she wanted to try. Akari explained that she could read minds and, less known, could influence them. She asked to temporarily lessen the pain he felt around his injury. She admitted she could not remove it entirely without risking danger, but she believed she could make it more bearable for a time until she learned to heal properly. All Might, moved and pained by the idea that someone so young could sense his suffering, asked if she could really feel his pain. Akari confirmed and promised to try. After a pause, All Might agreed. Akari let her power flow from her hand toward his torso. Instead of grappling with graphic detail, she perceived the chaotic map of his internal injuries and scar tissue, the constant ache that had accompanied him for years. That chaos no longer frightened her. She guided it with steady, determined focus. The sensation she sent brought warmth and pressure, as if a heated compress were easing the sharpest edges of the pain. The agony did not vanish, but it softened from something debilitating to something manageable, like a deep bruise rather than a raw wound. Akari withdrew her hand and explained that the relief would only hold while he remained in his current form. The pain would return when he transformed into hero mode because it was safer for him to retain full sensation in battle. All Might wiped his eyes and thanked her, grateful for 5 years of constant pain eased for the first time in a long while. He then steered them toward the beach, eager to check on Izuku. They arrived and walked toward the shoreline, but only a few steps in they heard a loud roar. Izuku stood atop a neat pile of collected trash like a small statue. All Might quickened his pace and applauded the cleanup effort, praising Izuku for going above and beyond the area he had been asked to clear. At the end of his praise, All Might shifted into his hero form. Akari stared in stunned silence at what had been a trash-strewn stretch of beach. It now looked clean and almost peaceful. Izuku wobbled and slipped from his perch, and Akari instinctively reached out with her power to catch him. All Might moved at once and took Izuku into his arms. All Might commended the boy for his excellent work. Izuku, breathless and exhausted, asked if he was ready. Akari approached, ruffled his hair, and told him that he was amazing. All Might set Izuku down and, still pleased, held up his phone to show a photograph of Izuku crying from 10 months earlier as an example of how far he had come. He told Izuku that although there was still a long road ahead before he could inherit All Might's full power set, these improvements were exactly what mattered. Izuku, overwhelmed, asked if he deserved such praise and help, expressing gratitude for All Might's time and effort. Akari seized his clenched fist and reminded him that his hard work had brought him to this moment. All Might agreed, patting Izuku on the back and acknowledging that Izuku had earned the opportunity through his own efforts. He then prepared Izuku for his reward. All Might produced a single strand of his hair and explained that someone had once told him there was a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident, the other a reward. He handed the strand to Izuku and asked him to take it. He then explained, somewhat sheepishly, that to inherit the power he carried, Izuku would need to ingest a small part of his DNA. Akari covered her mouth at the thought and found it gross, while Izuku looked nervously at the thin golden strand in his hand. All Might urged him to hurry so they would not be late for the exam, coaxing him to swallow it quickly. Akari turned away so she did not have to watch her brother force himself to follow instructions. The moment passed, and they prepared to leave for the exam. Later that morning, hopeful students from all over arrived at UA campus for the entrance exam, and the Midoriya twins were among them. Akari breathed a relieved sigh and said they had made it just in time. She skipped excitedly beside her brother, feeling ready for this important step toward becoming heroes. They passed through the gate and took in the significance of the moment. Izuku covered his mouth as if something inside might come back up and mentioned that he might have swallowed the hair but did not feel any different. Akari suggested that whatever it was might not have kicked in yet, scrunching her nose at the thought. Someone from behind called Deku stupid, and Izuku gasped when he recognized the voice. Bakugo pushed past them, growling a warning to get out of his way or he would set them on fire. Izuku offered an awkward good morning and told them to do their best, wishing everyone luck. As Bakugo walked past, he tugged a lock of Akari's hair the way he had when they were children. Akari flicked a small ball of energy at the back of his head in playful retaliation. A nearby student pointed out that the boy who had withstood the sludge villain must be Bakugo, and his friend agreed, noting that he was the real deal. Izuku remembered how, since that day, Kaken had been taking it easier on him. Akari teased telepathically that maybe she had slapped some niceness into him. Izuku then tripped on his own feet and almost face-planted, but a girl stepped forward and caught him gently. She asked if he was all right as Akari fussed until the girl set him down calmly. The girl apologized for not asking first and explained she had assumed he would not mind being caught. She added that the situation felt very nerve-wracking. Izuku tried to speak but his mind went blank. Akari smiled, elbowed him, and observed that he seemed to have left his brain somewhere, which made the girl giggle. The girl waved and walked away, and Izuku felt elated at having interacted with someone new. Akari told him telepathically that he had not done much. She had been the one talking and he should remember that she had always been the most important girl in his life. Izuku dismissed her comment aloud, saying she did not count, and started walking into the school. Akari, feeling offended, insisted that she did count. They found the entrance exam hall and took their seats next to Bakugo. After the written exam finished, Present Mike stepped onto the stage and addressed the candidates as the school's radio personality. He explained the practical portion, 10-minute mock battles in urban settings. He told them to bring their best. After he dropped the mic, the screen behind him displayed battle centers A through G. Akari's brother gushed that present Mike was the voice hero and that he listened to the radio show every day. Akari admitted she listened too and appreciated that he even played music she remembered from her past life. Kat hissed at her twin to be quiet. Akari had switched seats with her brother to avoid any confrontation with Bakugo. Her twin was nervous enough without extra trouble. Bakugo examined the exam cards and noted that they were being split up so they could not work with friends. Akari poked his cheek and reminded him he did not have any friends, which made him huff. Her brother confirmed that their examinee numbers were consecutive, but they had been assigned to different battle centers. Bakugo demanded that they stop looking at his card, announced that he had been looking forward to crushing them, and called Akari a witch before catching her eyes. Akari teased him, smiling and batting her eyelashes, and Bakugo visibly flushed. Present Mike then outlined the targets. He explained there were 3 valuable types of foe villains in each battle center and that points would be awarded based on difficulty. He warned them not to attack other examinees. A boy in the crowd stood and pointed out that the printed materials listed 4 types of villains and criticized the apparent error, also admonishing a nearby student for muttering and distracting others. Akari's brother apologized and covered his mouth. The other students laughed and Akari patted his shoulder in sympathy. Present Mike answered that the 4th listed villain type was worth 0 points and should be treated as an obstacle, a hurdle to avoid rather than a priority target. The critic thanked him, and Present Mike closed by reciting the school motto, quoting Napoleon that a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes, urged them to go beyond with a plus ultra, and wished them luck. They all changed into athletic clothes. Akari put on black workout leggings, a black sports bra, black sneakers, a red zip-up hoodie, and leather wrist supports for extra stability. She pulled her long hair into a messy ponytail and checked herself in the mirror. She remembered words Clint had said in her previous life. If she stepped out that door, she would take another step toward redeeming herself, toward trying to make up for the horrible things she had done. Even if it could not erase the past, she wanted to balance the scales and leave the world a little better. Akari stepped out and boarded the bus to Battle Center C. She rolled her wrists and popped her knuckles, then closed her eyes and mentally closed her bond with her twin. She loved him dearly, but he was a nervous wreck and she needed to face this on her own. Standing outside the large door of Battle Center C, Akari was meditating. Meditation helped her center herself. For someone with her powers, it was important to calm and scope the minds around her so she would not harm others if she had to unleash a large-scale attack. Present Mike announced that it was time to start. The moment Akari heard him, her eyes snapped open and flashed red. She blasted off the ground and took to the air. Present Mike cheered the action and urged the candidates to move quickly, reminding them that real battles had no countdowns. Flying made it easier for Akari to spot targets. She fired concentrated energy bolts at several training robots as she swept through the arena, then landed in the middle of a larger group and released a wide, shimmering wave that disabled most of them, reducing them to harmless, inert components. She stepped forward and struck another robot with a focused blast that shattered its core, then used her powers to rip a massive claw off a nearby unit and send it slamming into 2 other machines, disabling them. A clawed attacker tried to swipe at her, but she twisted aside and redirected the strike so it crashed into another robot and shorted it out. Her movements were precise and fierce, like a battle mage from an old legend. Other candidates began to arrive and fight alongside her. A dark-haired boy with sharp teeth watched her for a moment and then launched himself into the fray. A boy with a bird-like bearing called to his shadowy companion and directed it to tear through the enemy, and together they started clearing robots as well. The candidates battled robots across the arena for several minutes. Then a deep rumble rolled through the hall and the ground began to shake. A giant robot appeared the 0-pointer and started smashing the structure, sending debris scattering. Many of the candidates began to retreat. The dark-haired boy with sharp teeth went to help those struck by falling debris, and the bird-like boy commanded his shadow to aid the wounded. Akari watched the giant robot and then the 2 boys helping people. The machine was almost on top of them. She loosened the restraints she kept on her powers and gathered a large, scarlet sphere of energy. She sent it outward, coating the giant robot in her radiance, and watched as the machine's movements slowed and its systems collapsed under the sustained feedback until it collapsed into harmless scrap. Akari cried out as the effort peaked. A migraine began to ache at her temples and she sank to the ground to massage them. Present Mike announced that less than 2 minutes remained. A voice nearby complimented her courage and asked if she was all right as someone approached from the left and knelt beside her. Akari looked over and recognized the dark-haired boy who had been helping others. Akari admitted that she was starting to get a migraine. The boy sat fully beside her and offered that she could lean on him and relax. He meant it with genuine concern. Tokoyami instructed his shadow companion, Dark Shadow, to cover her so the light would not bother her. Akari frowned and asked what would happen to the exam, touched by their concern. The dark-haired boy said he hoped he had enough points, while the bird-like boy added that no true hero would leave someone behind after Akari had saved them from the zero-pointer. Akari introduced herself as Akari Midoriya and offered a modest greeting as she leaned against the dark-haired boy with the bird-like boy's shadow forming a protective canopy over her. The boy she leaned on introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima and the other boy introduced himself as Fumikage Tokoyami and his companion, Dark Shadow. Kirishima rested a steadying hand on her shoulder and admitted, a little sheepishly, that he had been admiring the unusual color of her hair. When Akari looked at him, he flushed slightly and rubbed the back of his neck before apologizing for staring. Present Mike declared that time was up. The alarm sounded sharply, causing Akari to flinch and the migraine to worsen. Kirishima supported her, covering her hands with his to help block the noise, while Dark Shadow spread to shield her eyes from the bright lights. The three of them remained like that until the school nurse, Recovery Girl, arrived. Recovery Girl praised their performance and handed out candy as a small reward, advising them not to eat it all at once. She began tending to those with injuries. Kirishima called out to her about Akari's migraine, and Recovery Girl cooed over her and pressed a gentle, non-romantic kiss to her forehead in the manner of an older mentor offering comfort. The migraine eased and some of Akari's drained energy returned as her own chaotic energy pulsed and the veins at her temples flashed faintly red while her powers recovered. Recovery Girl observed that something about Akari's energy pattern was new and asked whether Akari's quirk was an energy type. Akari explained that energy manipulation was a subset of her quirk and asked in return whether Recovery Girl's ability drew on the energy of those she healed. Akari considered the possibility of learning more about healing and made a mental note to discuss ideas with Izuku later, curious about whether she could find ways to share or borrow knowledge in non-invasive ways. After leaving the battle center, Akari discovered that her brother was at the nurse's station, recovering from injuries he had sustained during the exam. Apparently he had scored 0 points and had sacrificed himself to save a girl, which sounded like something he would do. She waited for him to wake. While she sat, she fiddled with her leather wrist guards and decided she could sew small pockets into them to hold migraine medicine. When Izuku finally woke, he felt despondent. He had earned 0 points in the mock battle and walking home had been slow because he was drained of energy from Recovery Girl's quirk. A week passed and Izuku sank deeper into depression. The poor showing in the exam, his inability to get in touch with All Might, and the waiting for official results wore on him. He often spaced out or sat quietly. Akari had mostly withdrawn as well because she was feeling the effects of his gloom. She spent the week reading a medical book and watching sitcoms to keep herself occupied. She did not know how she had done in the exam or how many points she had earned in the mock battle. She was trying not to count. The Midoriya twins sat on the living room sofa. Izuku had a blank expression as he worked a grip strength trainer, and Akari held a sketchpad, drawing Steve stepping out of the shadows in Scotland and remembering the feeling of hope and safety she had felt when she had seen him there. Their mother offered a sympathetic smile and said she knew waiting for the results was terrible. Izuku sighed and admitted he guessed. Their mother told them that no matter what, she wanted them both to know she was proud of them and that she thought they were really cool. Akari thanked their mother, and Izuku gave a lackluster agreement. Their mother went downstairs with the neighborhood circular. Akari resumed her drawing of her past mentor and friend while Izuku continued his arm training. Suddenly their mother burst back into the apartment, flustered, and announced that letters had arrived. She told them the test results from UA were there, her eyes wide and her body flushed with nervous energy. A shimmering projection appeared and announced that paperwork had kept it away for a while. The projection explained that great power brought a great amount of paperwork and that it had not come to the city only to fight villains. The projection declared that Akari was the newest UA faculty member and reported that Akari had passed the written test and earned 41 combat points in the practical exam. The projection added that the practical exam also awarded rescue points and that a panel of judges had granted 35 rescue points, bringing her total to 76. The projection concluded by welcoming Akari into UA, noting that she had scored the second highest total and had passed the exam. When Akari opened the door to her room, their mother was pacing nervously. Izuku opened his door right after her. Their mother's gaze jumped between the twins until Izuku revealed a smile and Akari smirked, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Their mother shouted with excitement, tears streaming down her face as she embraced them. The weeks before the school year were hectic. Akari and Izuku needed school uniforms, hero outfits, and supplies. Izuku had to register his quirk, and both of them had to keep up their training. School uniforms were easy to order, but Akari struggled to decide on a hero outfit. She debated between the suit she had used as an Avenger, the first costume she had when she became one, the outfit she had worn fighting Thanos, or the Scarlet which regalia the original version, not the altered one. It took time to choose. Slowly, Akari noticed the psychic bond with her twin was off. She could not hear his thoughts as clearly as before. It felt as if someone were flicking a mute switch on and off. Sometimes she was abruptly shut out of his mind, only to slide back in again. She suspected his new quirk might have altered him and that the link would need re-establishing. Akari entered Izuku's room and told him that their bond had been acting strange since he got his quirk and that she thought she needed to re-establish it. Izuku asked how it was acting up. Akari explained that it felt like he had upgraded his broadcasting frequency while she was still tuned to the old, hazy signal. Izuku agreed and sat cross-legged on the bed. Akari copied his posture, placed her hands on his temples, and let her powers travel from her fingers into his mind. Inside Izuku's mind she found herself in an endless darkness, feeling like nothing more than scarlet energy. A voice told her she did not belong there. Turning toward it, she saw humanoid lights in different colors. A brilliant white light repeated that she did not belong. Akari responded that she had been there longer than the twinkling lights and demanded to know who they were and why they were interfering with the bond between her and her twin. The white light asked if she was the twin of the ninth. Akari asked who the ninth was. The white light identified the user, explaining that the brilliant white presence was one for all and that Izuku was the ninth user. Akari questioned why they were interfering, and the white light explained that they were echoes of previous users engraved within One for All and that their role was to protect the current user. Akari argued that she too protected Izuku. She said he had a hero complex and would charge into danger, and she needed to know when he did so she could have his back and keep him safe. One of the lights, which bore a sunny yellow warmth that reminded her unmistakably of All Might, asked if she protected the ninth. Akari affirmed that she did. He was her twin, one half of her soul, her little brother, and she would protect him while he protected the world. The white presence agreed that they would not interfere with a protector of the ninth. Akari told the lights that this was her space and that they were guests so long as they did not harm her brother. If they ever did, she would remove them. Then she reached into the darkness with her powers to find the bond between her and Izuku. She found what remained of it, frayed, battered strands where once there had been a vibrant braid of red, green, and gold. The light presences had done a number on it, which explained why she had been hearing Izuku so poorly. Akari poured her energy into the tattered connection and began to rebuild it. She wove the strands together stronger than before, intertwining the colors into an intricate braid so tight she could hardly tell where Izuku ended and she began. It felt as it should, like the bond she had once formed in another life, now deepened for Izuku because he was older and more capable of sustaining it. When the braid was restored, she added a protective shield to guard the link from the lights. They would not be able to sever the bond again. She eased back out of Izuku's mind and blinked her eyes open. Izuku followed, appearing relieved. Izuku asked if everything was set. Akari replied that his quirk had messed with the bond, but she had fixed it. She decided to tell him about the sentient nature of his quirk later, when he had time to adjust. One thing at a time, she thought, or Izuku's head might be overwhelmed. Akari sat on her bed with a sketchpad in her lap and designs spread around her, tapping her pencil against the page as she thought. Inko entered carrying a cup and set it on the bedside table, noting that Akari looked a little lost and asking if she was all right. Akari blinked and acknowledged her mother, asking if she needed anything. Inko smiled and said she had only come to bring tea, gently pushing a strand of hair from Akari's face and asking if something was bothering her. Akari waved a hand over the sketches and explained that she could not decide which design to choose for her hero costume, or whether she should start fresh. Inko asked to see, and when Akari agreed, she picked up each drawing and imagined her daughter wearing them. Inko pointed out one design that felt feminine without being showy and suggested it would make Akari look powerful, like the warrior princesses of old. She added that it reminded her of her favorite hero from childhood, Nana Shimura, and described how Shimura's costume had been a high-collared, sleeveless suit with a half-skirt, elbow-length gloves, and a cape. Akari brightened and chose that design with a smile, asking if she could trust her mother's choice. Inko teared up and hugged her daughter, moved by the trust. With her mother's help, Akari went with the Scarlet Witch regalia. In a past life, the name had meant harbinger of chaos, capable of ruling or destroying, but here she decided it could mean whatever she made it. She intended to take the name and make it her own. After a little struggle, she managed to get the costume on, placed the headpiece in position, checked her reflection, smoothed a stray strand, and turned to join the other girls. Ashido complimented how ready Akari looked and straightened her own fur collar with a playful wink. Akari returned the compliment about Ashido's costume and reached over to adjust the fur collar to make sure it sat properly. Yaoyorozu called for the group to get moving, and the girls left the locker room to meet the boys and head to the training ground. All Might greeted them with energy, telling them that clothes might make the pro and that they were proof of their training. He declared them heroes in training and struck a heroic pose, eyes bright as he asked if they were ready to begin. Akari's brother arrived wearing the costume their mother had made, and Akari praised how it looked, giving him a thumbs up. Uraraka greeted the group, and Izuku reacted loudly at the sight of both his sister and his friend. He found himself distracted by their appearances. Uraraka complimented Izuku's costume for not being flashy, which pleased him. As Akari stepped away, she collided with a boy who had been staring. He made an unwelcome remark. Akari pushed him away and scolded him for his behavior. Kirishima called out about matching colors, and Akari moved to him, declared they would be Team Red, and bumped fists with a grin. Bakugu shouted that she needed a cape to avoid the cold, sounding more concerned than he admitted. All Might then announced that it was time for combat training. Ida asked whether the exercise would be held in the same fake city used for their entrance exam, and All Might explained that the plan would go further. He noted that while many villain fights on the news happened outdoors, the most cunning criminals tended to operate indoors: backroom deals, home invasions, and hidden lairs. For this exercise, they would be split into teams of heroes and villains to conduct 2-on-2 indoor battles, a step closer to real encounters with people rather than robots. He emphasized that they would need to think beyond brute force. The students asked practical questions about how winners would be decided, how much force would be permitted, and whether there were consequences for losing. All Might, serious now, produced a small booklet and explained the scenario they would be training for. The villains had hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. All Might explained while holding up a box that the heroes needed to foil the villains' plans by either catching the evildoers or recovering the weapon, and that the villains would win if they protected their payload or captured the heroes. He added that time was limited and teams would be chosen by drawing lots. Ida asked if there was a better way. Her brother replied that pros often had to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, and that might be why they were doing it here. Ida apologized with a bow. All Might responded that there was no problem and urged everyone to draw. Akari ended up on the team with Mashireo Ojiro, whose tail made him a melee combatant, which balanced well with Akari's long-range fighting style. All Might declared that the first match would be between Team A and Team D, holding up the letters to indicate which groups would face each other. He explained that Team A would be the heroes and Team D the villains, and that everyone else could head to the monitoring room to watch. Team D consisted of Bakugo and Ida, and Team A consisted of her brother, Izuku Midoriya, and Uraraka Achiko. Akari thought it was odd that Bakugo and her brother were always paired, then squeezed her twin's shoulder before heading to the monitoring room. She wanted to stay with him, but she knew he needed to face Bakugo and stand up for himself. He had to fight his own battles. Standing in the monitoring room to watch them go at each other would be nerve-wracking, but she believed in him. If Bakugo seriously hurt him, it could be the beginning of something far darker for her brother, and she had to resist the urge to intervene. All Might announced that the indoor combat training would begin and that Team A and Team D's time started now. He reminded everyone to pay attention and think about what they would do when it was their turn. Izuku and Uraraka entered the building through a window and began searching for the weapon. They did not get far before Bakugo launched a sneak attack that managed to damage only half of Izuku's mask because Izuku evaded and protected his teammate. Mineta pointed out that Bakugo had nearly gotten the jump on them. Kirishima disapproved of the underhanded tactic. All Might noted that it was a viable strategy for someone playing the part of a villain. Ashido observed that the plan had failed when Midoriya dodged. Another classmate pointed at the screen to follow the action. Bakugo attacked again, but Izuku caught his swing and shoulder-tossed the surprised Bakugo to the ground. Akari cheered enthusiastically and raised her fists, urging her twin on. A blonde classmate asked in surprise whether they were siblings. Akari explained that they were twins but not identical. Izuku took more after their mother while she looked like a mix of both parents, sharing the same green eyes and skin tone but with a couple of beauty marks instead of symmetrical freckles. The class responded in unison with a curious sound. Kirishima asked All Might whether there was any audio for Bakugo, since they could not hear him on the feed. All Might explained that Bakugo had a radio in his ear that allowed him to communicate with his partner, and that he had given Bakugo a map of the building and a roll of capture tape. All Might showed the tape and said that wrapping it around an opponent meant they had been apprehended and would be out for the rest of the game. Ashido asked to confirm that there was a 15-minute time limit and that the heroes did not know what floor the weapon was on. All Might confirmed both details. Ashido concluded that the heroes were at a significant disadvantage, but All Might reminded them that real professionals had to outwit villains on a daily basis and that they fought even when the odds were against them. He encouraged everyone, and the class responded with their rallying cry, "Plus Ultra." A classmate warned that someone was on the move. Bakugo aimed a flying kick at Izuku's head, but Izuku dodged and attempted to wrap the capture tape around Bakugo's leg. Bakugo noticed and attacked again. Izuku managed to slip away and hide. Achiko reached the location of the hidden weapon that Ida was guarding and sneaked closer, but she began laughing and accidentally revealed her position. Bakugo caught up to Izuku and exchanged words with him before pulling back a piece of his gauntlet and revealing a pin. All Might warned Bakugo over the radio not to use that level of force indoors, stressing that it could lead to severe consequences. Bakugo ignored the warning and pulled the pin anyway, creating a powerful explosion that breached the far wall of the building. The aftershock shook the entire structure and everyone watching could feel it. All Might attempted to contact Midoriya to check on him. Akari sensed that he was still alive through their bond, although she had suppressed most of their connection for the match. A boy partially covered in ice observed that Akari's eyes were glowing red, and another classmate with distinctive earrings noticed a red mist and asked what was happening. Akari apologized and brought her powers back under control. The class seemed more preoccupied with Izuku's serious injury than with Akari's momentary loss of control. Achiko tried again for the weapon, but Ida's speed allowed him to reach it first and move it out of her grasp. Kirishima voiced concern that Bakugo was acting dangerously and might seriously harm Midoriya. All Might responded firmly over the radio that if Bakugo used that stored-up power again, he would stop the fight and Bakugo's team would lose. He reprimanded Bakugo for employing such a destructive tactic indoors, calling it poor strategy whether one was a hero or a villain, and warned that the penalty would be a massive loss of points. Akari began to meditate to keep herself from rushing into the fray. If her brother was going to become a hero, she could not always step in to save and protect him. He had to learn to stand on his own. Besides, he needed to stand up to his childhood bully. Bakugo struck again, and when her brother tried to counter, Bakugo changed course midair and hit his back. Kirishima asked in astonishment what that move had been. Ice Guy observed that Bakugo did not look like someone with a strategy at first, but he was actually quite intelligent. Ice Guy added that Bakugo had altered his trajectory in midair using a blast that doubled as a smokescreen, a very clever maneuver. Yaoyorozu explained that a feint like that required extreme precision, calculation, and control over his quirk. Blondie declared in frustration that Bakugo was absurdly talented and that she hated it. Akari's eyes glowed red and she tilted her head, warning everyone to step back as she noted that talent alone would not save him. She said he was a genius soon to be dead. Bakugo came back swinging a right hook, striking her brother's arm, then grabbed it and used it to propel himself around and slam Izuku to the ground. Akari flinched in sympathy for her twin. Izuku scrambled to his feet and ran to create distance. They rushed each other again, but at the last moment her brother aimed upward and used his quirk to blast a hole through the ceiling, sending debris down to the floor above. Achiko used her quirk to float the debris and launched it at Ida, creating a distraction that allowed her to grab the weapon. All Might declared that the hero team had won. Blondie commented in disbelief on the odd ending. The losers were practically untouched and the winners were both on the ground. Tokoyami reflected that losing the battle could still mean winning the war. Azui remarked on how intense the class was. Akari addressed the room, reminding everyone that training to be heroes was never going to be rainbows and sunshine. The path they had chosen was difficult, and it was better to understand that now than be surprised at graduation. After All Might announced the winners of the exercise, Izuku was taken to the school nurse while Bakugo brooded as if facing an early life crisis. All Might surprised most of the class by naming Ida the MVP of the exercise. Tsuyu questioned whether it should have been one of the combatants instead, since they were the winners. All Might asked the class why he had chosen Ida. Wanda recalled that Ida had not forgotten the mission, that he had protected the weapon while adapting to the situation and preparing for his opponents. She contrasted that with Bakugo going rogue, Izuku making it personal, and Achiko revealing herself to the enemy and raining debris on a simulated nuclear weapon in action that, if real, would have destroyed the area and killed everyone. Wanda said that the hero team had won only because the scenario was fake. If it had been real, they and everyone else would have lost their lives. All Might admitted that he might not have phrased it so bluntly, and the class shifted uncomfortably. Yaoyorozu agreed with Akari and added that Bakugo should not have launched a large-scale attack indoors. While Midoriya's plan had been poorly thought out given the damage he sustained, by rendering himself helpless he had made himself vulnerable. Akari nodded in agreement, inwardly admiring the intellect of her classmate. All Might acknowledged that both points were valid and offered encouragement, saying that while Ida could have relaxed a bit, both sides had performed well overall. He emphasized that one should always start with the basics and devote oneself wholeheartedly to learning. That was the only real way to become a top hero. Yaoyorozu reminded the class that thinking on the spot and adapting were also essential, as plans often went awry in real fights. All Might then called for the next match and told the students to carry what they had seen and discussed into their own training. He announced the second match, assigning Team B as heroes and Team I as villains. Akari and Ojiro moved to the payload on the fourth floor to set their plan in motion. Akari told her partner that she had an idea, and they discussed it until the plan was set. Once the plan was made, Akari sat down to meditate and activated her quirk, levitating off the floor while she focused. All Might urged the students to show their roles and the buzzer blared. The hero team entered, and Shoji used his quirk to locate Team I. Shoji reported that one opponent was in the north side hallway of the fourth floor and that another seemed to be on the same level somewhere else, likely the girl who was probably levitating. Todoroki instructed his teammate for safety to go outside, saying he expected their opponents to fight a defensive battle, and then froze the entire building. Ojiro and Akari became trapped, stuck to the frozen floor. Ojiro muttered that Todoroki's quirk was insane, and Akari agreed as her scarlet eyes glowed with concentration. They heard footsteps crunching on the ice as Todoroki stepped through the frozen doorway and approached the weapon. He warned them that prying themselves up would be difficult while barefoot on the ice, reached for the weapon, and in a flash of scarlet both the weapon and the ice in the room disappeared. Back in their planning posture, Akari told Ojiro that her quirk allowed her to manipulate people's perception, to make them see what she wanted them to. She proposed luring the heroes into a false sense of security and then striking. Ojiro asked how the plan would proceed. Akari explained that she would spread her power through the building so that as the heroes entered she could influence their minds, learn their intentions, and adapt accordingly. Ojiro asked what she would need to do, and Akari settled down, loosened her grip on her quirk, and levitated into a meditative state. Scarlet glowing tendrils rose from Akari's body, spreading over every inch of the room before reaching into the rest of the building. She formed a map in her head and focused on every door and window, uncertain which way the hero team would come in. In the end, they came through the front door. Akari entered their minds the moment they stepped inside, making their eyes flash. Scarlet, and waited to see how they planned to attack. Shoji told Todoroki that one member was in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor and that the other was somewhere on the same level. He could not pinpoint the exact location but suspected the levitating girl. Todoroki instructed his teammate to go outside for safety, warning that their opponents likely intended to fight a defensive battle and then froze the entire building. Akari shielded the room they were in, keeping the ice from spreading inside. She informed Ojiro that Todoroki had frozen the building and sent Shoji out, noting that Shoji would be coming alone and asking how good Ojiro's acting was. Ojiro admitted uncertainty and shrugged. Akari directed him to pretend to be frozen to the ground and shaped a convincing fake weapon with her powers where the real one lay so Ojiro would know what to do. Ojiro and Akari feigned being stuck to the floor. Ojiro commented on how insane the quirk was, feeling the cold from the ice, and Akari agreed that it was very powerful. They heard footsteps crunching on the ice, and then Todoroki stepped through the doorway with his eyes still glowing scarlet. He warned that any attempt to rise might leave them vulnerable and noted how difficult it would be to fight barefoot on the ice as he walked toward what he believed to be the weapon. He placed a hand on the fake weapon, only for it to vanish in a flash of scarlet along with the ice in the room. He looked around in confusion as the scarlet hue in his eyes faded. Akari adopted a dramatic, villainous tone and declared that the heroes were arrogant for entering her world where she reigned supreme. She then blasted Todoroki through the window and told Ojiro to watch for the multi-armed teammate while she took care of Snowflake before flying after him. When she came out of the window, she saw that Todoroki had created an ice slide to reach the ground safely and was just getting up. Akari launched an energy ball that sent him tumbling down the street. Todoroki shook off his daze, rose, and produced a giant spike of ice aimed at her. Akari released a wave of scarlet energy that destroyed the spike. Todoroki froze the whole street to prevent her from landing, forcing her to stay airborne. Frost began to form on his arm. Akari tilted her head and began firing energy bolts at him one after another, but Todoroki either dodged or intercepted them with shields of ice. He sent a dozen ice shards her way and, while she destroyed many, some of the shards ripped at the hem of her skirt. Wanda dropped out of the air, landing with a burst of energy that cleared the ice from the ground. Using her powers, she grabbed Todoroki and lifted him into the air, disrupting the mask that covered his face and revealing him. Akari smirked and commented that revealing a face in the middle of a staged scenario made sense. She was enjoying the role of a pretend villain and the challenge of fighting someone almost as capable as Explosion-kun. Todoroki admitted that Akari was more powerful than he had expected and praised her skill at playing the part of a villain while trying to break free from Wanda's hold. Akari told him that underestimating his enemy had been his mistake and that he could struggle all he wanted but would not get free. She added that he would make a fine minion in her playful performance. Smoke rose from the scar on his face, which confused her. All Might announced that the hero team had won. Akari admitted that she had been momentarily distracted by the attractive hero, then set Todoroki on the ground, leaving him flushed. He began melting the ice on the street and then worked to thaw the building as well, seeming to balance fire and ice within himself. Back in the monitor room, Ojiro and Shoji bore a few bruises from their earlier skirmish while Akari had battled Todoroki. The group gathered for a review of the second match before moving on to the next exercise. All Might called everyone together. The students gave Todoroki and Akari a mix of awe and wariness, relieved that no one had been seriously hurt. All Might praised the training exercise and declared young Miss Midoriya the MVP of the match. He explained that Midoriya had lured the hero team apart and guided their strongest member into a trap before drawing him away from the payload. Midoriya had also balanced the battlefield by matching long-range fighters against long-range fighters and melee fighters against melee fighters, and by moving an indoor engagement into an outdoor urban setting she had demonstrated how quickly citizens could be put at risk. Yaoyorozu pointed out that Todoroki had underestimated his opponent and dismissed Shoji after obtaining the information he sought, which had turned out to be part of the villain's plan. Shoji had not questioned Todoroki and had to run back in to complete the mission once Todoroki went out the window. Ojiro had been distracted watching Midoriya and Todoroki and was nearly surprised by Shoji's retrieval of the payload. All Might affirmed Yaoyorozu's observations and praised her perspective. All Might concluded that, even though the exercise had started indoors, villains rarely followed rules. He commended Midoriya for taking the initiative to move the battle outside and for teaching everyone not to underestimate an opponent. With that, All Might enthusiastically moved on to the next battle, striking a heroic pose. Wanda thought to herself that he was such a poser. Before they knew it, it was April and the Midoriya twins were getting ready for the first day of school. Akari had just finished pulling on her black over-the-knee socks and walked to the door to put on her black Mary Janes. She reached for her red backpack when their mother came into the room. Their brother hurried over and began putting on his shoes. Inko asked anxiously if they were all set, remarking that her babies had gotten so big now that they were starting high school. She tried to hold her tears back and told herself she could cry once they were gone. The twins answered in unison that they were ready. Inko checked one last time, asking Akari if she had her migraine medication and reminding Izuku to pack anything more important than action figures. Akari confirmed while double-checking the leather cuff she had sewn a pocket into for her medication. Izuku, a little irritated, urged their mother to hurry or they'd be late. Their mother stopped them at the door to say she was proud of them, eyes wet but smiling. Both twins blushed and returned her smile. The day after the quirk assessment test, the twins had regular classes in the morning and, after lunch, hero basic training. All Might made a dramatic entrance, cape blowing as he announced his arrival like a pro hero. Akari wondered where the sudden breeze had come from as the class buzzed with excitement. The noise of everyone's thoughts forced her to strengthen her mental shields to keep them out. All Might introduced the most important class at UA, calling it Heroinji 101 and explaining they would learn the basics of being a professional hero and what it meant to fight in the name of good. He struck a pose and displayed a card marked battle. Bakugo reacted with excitement at the prospect of fight training, while Izuku reacted nervously at the idea of real combat. The twins had ended up next to Bakugo because Izuku had needed to sit out the previous day to let his finger heal, which allowed Uraraka to take the seat on the other side of the classroom. All Might said that looking the part was one key to being a hero, and compartments in the wall slid out to reveal costume cases. He explained that the suits had been designed based on their quirk registration forms and the requests they had sent before school started. The class cheered. All Might instructed them to suit up and meet him at Training Ground Beta. The students agreed and grabbed their costume cases, heading for the changing rooms. Once all the exercises were concluded, everyone gathered outside the urban training ground. All Might wrapped up the session with praise, telling them they had stepped up and that there had been no major injuries aside from young Mr. Midoriya, whom he planned to check on. Then he left in his usual energetic fashion. Kaminari commented that All Might had shown them how a pro exited, and Ojiro muttered that he would never be able to run that fast. The group decided to change and move on to their next class. Grape Boy objected loudly, complaining about the girls changing and making a scene. Akari looked around to make sure no teachers were nearby, used her powers to grab Grape Boy and firmly pin him to the ground, and warned him to stop being a pervert. He screamed and curled up where he lay. Akari did not spare him a second glance, instead turning toward the locker rooms to change. She did not notice the girls looking at her with pride or the boys watching in awe. Bakugo looked almost proud of a former childhood friend. Ida spoke up to criticize the inappropriate behavior and to remind everyone that, as future heroes, it was their duty to respect people. He emphasized that their female classmates had earned their places in the hero course and deserved respect as strong, intelligent young women. The girls approved of his words. In the locker room, Akari struggled to get out of her costume. She did not know how long she tried before the other girls joined her. Jiro remarked that the support companies had made the female costumes impractical. Akari agreed and said the designs made changing difficult. Yaoyorozu explained that her costume had been designed to allow access to skin for her quirk, and she was frustrated with how the finished version turned out. Akari noted that it felt unfair compared to the boys' designs. Ashido stepped forward to help with the buckles and zipper in the back, and Akari laughed that she should practice getting the suit on and off with her powers. Yaoyorozu complimented Akari's power and recalled the recommendation exam with Todoroki, remarking that Akari had treated the fight with him more like a game than a tense battle. Akari shrugged and said that was what happened after spending childhood sparring with Bakugo. When Jiro expressed surprise at that, Akari explained that Bakugo's mother was her godmother and that she had known him since they were children. Akari laughed at the memory of her aunt calling him her little monster. They continued talking while changing, getting to know one another, and Akari finally learned their names. Once she was ready, she headed toward homeroom, distracted by checking the bond with her brother, and she was surprised when a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her into an empty classroom. She steadied herself and looked up to find Todoroki. Akari joked that he should at least buy her dinner first. Todoroki replied that he could do that later, but that she had been in his mind. Akari admitted she had been. When Todoroki asked what she had seen, Akari described the plans he had for the exercise, a stray cat video that had crossed his mind on the way to the 4th floor, and an odd craving for cold soba. Todoroki asked if that was all, and Akari assured him she had not been rooting through his thoughts beyond what the exercise required. She explained that some people's thoughts were louder than others and that she sometimes had to make a conscious effort to keep them out. Todoroki, surprised by the idea that his thoughts might seem loud, listened as Akari suggested he consider calming practices or small comforts to help his mood. She then waved him off and left him to his thoughts. On the way to class, Akari met Jiro and they started talking about music. Jiro appreciated that Akari knew older songs, calling them classics, and the conversation brightened their walk. They entered homeroom to Kirishima's enthusiastic greeting. He cheerfully announced the arrival of the Red Queen and called her Red Knight. Kirishima praised Akari for her performance in the training and beamed with sincere admiration. Shiro and others echoed that the battles had been impressive, and Kirishima continued to radiate energy even when Todoroki ignored him and took his seat. Akari sat down, pulled out her sketchbook, and began drawing Kirishima with eyes full of genuine joy. She captured his sharp teeth and fierce grin in a way that made him look warm and inviting. She thought that one day, when he became a great hero, she would look back at this drawing and remember the boy she had watched grow. The rest of the day passed slowly as Akari worried about her brother, checking their bond repeatedly. He was unconscious each time, so she refocused on class. After the last afternoon class ended, Bakugo grabbed his bag and began to leave. Kirishima put a hand on Bakugo's shoulder and encouraged him to stay and get to know the rest of the class. Ashido added that they would be classmates for the next 3 years and should get along. Bakugo shrugged off Kirishima's hand, growled that they were wasting his time, and walked away. Akari packed slowly, feeling her brother stir, and guessed he would be up soon. She heard his worried thoughts as he approached about missing afternoon classes and that their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, would probably scold him. She walked over to his seat and began packing his things, noticing from his thoughts that he had a cast on one arm and bandages on the other. Kirishima greeted Izuku warmly and commented that it was good to see him back. Kirishima admitted he did not know what Izuku had been saying during the match, but that Izuku had been fired up. Shiro and Ashido praised Izuku for holding his own against Bakugo and for his dodging, respectively. Their compliments shocked Izuku, who was unused to being treated kindly instead of mocked. Akari smiled contentedly, thinking high school might be good for him and that he might not be an outcast there. Ida scolded Tokoyami for sitting on the desk and muttered about disrespecting the desks and the upperclassmen who had come before them. Uraraka told Izuku that they had tried to stop Bakugo but he had not listened, and Izuku suddenly ran off. Akari grumbled about her little brother as she picked up his heavy backpack. She began to worry when she sensed panic in his thoughts and telepathically scolded him for revealing the secret to his nemesis, hurrying to catch up before he said more. Izuku's thoughts showed that he had not meant to. Bakugo shouted that this win would be temporary and declared with fierce determination that he was only getting started and would become the #1 hero. He walked away with tears and stormed off. All Might appeared and intercepted Bakugo, speaking to him briefly. Akari was too far away to hear. Bakugo did not seem to listen and then took off. All Might asked Izuku what he had been saying to Bakugo before All Might arrived. Akari approached and asked the same. Izuku tried to deflect, saying it was nothing special, and attempted to play dumb when All Might pressed him for details. Akari tapped her chin and called him out. Izuku looked down dejectedly and admitted that he had told Bakugo he had been given a quirk. All Might gently explained the seriousness of the situation. If word got out that One for All could be passed on, villains would come after Izuku, and everyone close to him could be targeted and used against him. He insisted Izuku must keep the quirk secret for his own safety and for the safety of the world. Akari worried that if anyone found out, their mother would be vulnerable and could be used against Izuku. She confessed that she did not know what she would do if anything happened to their mother and imagined she might react dangerously. In private, Akari thought about wishing she had magic so she could protect their home and their mother. Akari told her little brother to go home and rest because she was craving a sweet ice cream treat. She added that she would be visiting their aunt later and that he was on his own for a while, teasing him to try not to get hurt. Izuku insisted he would be fine and began to follow. Akari noted that every time she left him he seemed to come back injured, and she worried aloud about how they would learn to control his quirk if he kept getting hurt. Their exchange ended with Akari's concern hanging in the air as they made their way home. Izuku muttered that they could still test it out even in his current state, looking like a lost, mummified puppy. Akari called him an idiot and tapped him on the head. Izuku yelped and tried to evade his sister. All Might watched the twins walk off with a smile, reassured that his successor had someone watching his back. He believed Izuku's sister was capable of helping him. Whereas Izuku was optimistic, his sister was jaded by the world. Izuku was the sun shining brightly and his sister the moon, luminous but surrounded by darkness. Perhaps twins truly were an embodiment of yin and yang. All Might felt it was clear that Akari Midoriya needed help to see that the world was not only cruel but also beautiful. She needed to experience the good in the world. He had faith in the Midoriya twins, his little sun and moon, and hoped they would not repeat the tragedies of the past. Her brother had to leave for school earlier than usual to go to the nurse's office and be healed. The recovery process depended on his stamina, and even with Akari supplementing the energy he lost, Recovery Girl did not want Akari to do it too much until she had a better medical grasp. While he was physically out of commission, Wanda reviewed his memories of the times he used his quirk, getting a first-hand sense of how he felt, what the quirk did, and how it worked. Wanda noticed that he focused the quirk's full power on one section of the body at a time. That focus appeared to be the problem. All Might had told him to lower the wattage, but Izuku had interpreted that as focusing the full power into smaller parts of his body rather than sending less power overall. Wanda continued to study his memories whenever she had time, comparing them with what she had felt during the assessment test. She still needed him to activate his quirk while she used hers to assess it in real time. From what she had gathered so far, she thought she could stop the backlash before it reached a dangerous point, but that would have to wait until he was fully healed. Luckily, today was his last day of treatment. It was also Wednesday, which meant healing classes with Recovery Girl the next day, so Friday would be the official start of quirk experimentation, the beginning of basic power training. A reporter shoved a microphone in her face and asked if she was in All Might's class. Akari thought the intrusion rude and responded dramatically that she did not even attend here, then pushed the woman aside and crossed the gate into the school. When she reached her classroom, she placed the green tea white chocolate chip cookies she and her aunt had made on every desk, leaving extras as a thank you to the class for not being JRKS to her brother. Kaminari reacted with childlike excitement, his electric eyes almost glowing. Ashido, who also loved green tea flavor, beamed, and Akari made a mental note to introduce her to her favorite cafe. Yaoyorozu asked why they were getting cookies as Akari handed her a cookie wrapped in clear plastic and tied with a red ribbon. Akari explained that she had made too many the day before and decided to share them rather than let them go stale. She placed a cookie on Todoroki's desk and tried to keep his strong thoughts out, but fragments slipped through her mental shield. He could not remember the last time he had a cookie, and though his face remained expressionless, his thoughts revealed a mix of sorrow and a small, childlike excitement about the treat. Wanda blinked back tears at the combination of innocence and loss in his mind. She resolved to bake extra cookies for the class more often. Akari thought to herself that not having cookies should be a crime, then set a bag on Mr. Aizawa's desk before taking her seat. Kirishima praised the cookies and Akari replied with a playful, dramatic bow. Ashido, blissful from the taste, said the cookies felt heavenly, and Akari promised to bring more next time she baked. The classroom quieted when Mr. Aizawa entered. He commended them for their work in the previous day's combat training, noted that he had reviewed the video feeds and each team's results, and admonished Bakugo to stop sulking over his loss since he was talented. Bakugo scoffed dismissively. Akari remembered a conversation from the day before. She had been packing cookies and cleaning up when Bakugo had appeared behind her. He had demanded to know why she had not told him that Deku had a quirk or that she was telepathic. Akari had turned and said that her brother was a late bloomer, and reminded him that his attitude since gaining his quirk had made it seem like his life was a one-man show with everyone else as supporting players. She had mocked him and hurried her cleaning so she could leave. Bakugo had responded that they had been best friends until she decided he was no longer worth it. Akari had countered that they had been friends until he began bullying her twin brother, and that their relationship had been destroyed the day he told Izuku to kill himself. She had poked him in the chest, angered by the memory of what he had said to her other half. Bakugo accused her of always taking that other's side. Kat accused them angrily, pacing back and forth like a caged animal, insisting they had been making fun of him behind his back all these years. Akari responded, crossing her arms and glaring, telling him they had not and that they did not need to put others down to feel better. She told Kat that the world did not revolve around him and that he needed to get over himself. Kat demanded to know why she had never told him she could read minds. Akari explained quietly that by the time she discovered the ability, he had already begun bullying Izuku and she no longer felt she could trust him. She avoided mentioning her past life and spoke as honestly as she could. Kat said it always came back to Deku, his hands sparking in small flashes. Akari told him that, of course, it did. Izuku was her twin, she said, half of her soul walking outside her body. Kat had once told Izuku to kill himself, and Akari could not imagine a life without her twin. Living without him, she explained, would be worse than death. A constant, soul-deep pain, the empty space beside her where her other half should be. She said she would not survive such a loss. She would become a shell of sorrow and rage. She spoke with a haunted look as she remembered what it had been like to live without Pietro and confessed that she prayed to every god in existence that she would never have to go through that again. Kat faltered, the fight leaving him. He could not find the words. The sight of Akari so small and fragile was something he did not want to witness again. He gathered her in his arms, hoping he could hold her together, and told her that Deku was too stubborn to die and she would probably fight any Reaper who came for him, so she needed to pull herself together. Mr. Aizawa's voice brought them back to the present. He chided Green Midoriya about injuring his arm again and warned him to work harder, adding that the excuse of not having control over his quirk was getting old. He warned against breaking his body while training, but noted that the quirk would be useful if controlled and urged urgency. Akari watched as her brother perked up at the reprimand. Aizawa then announced that their first task would decide their future. He opened a bag of cookies, smelled them, and took a bite, and Akari noticed the class immediately reacting as one, wondering if it would be another quirk test. Aizawa told them they needed to pick a class representative and that the role required the trust of every student, so the logical method was a democratic election. Ida suggested the idea even as he quietly hoped to be chosen himself. They held a vote. Ida collected and tallied them on the blackboard. When the results were read, Akari's brother had received 3 votes, Yaoyorozu had received 2, Akari had received 2 votes despite having voted for Ida, and Ida had received 1 vote. Bakugo demanded to know who had voted for Green Midoriya, annoyed at the result. Shiro mocked the situation. Akari asked who had voted for her and looked around the classroom, spotting Kirishima and Ashido pretending not to notice. She accused them with dramatic flair, calling herself betrayed by her red knight and a fellow matcha lover, clutching her heart theatrically and drawing laughter from those nearby. Ida muttered that one vote was better than none and seemed oddly flattered. Yaoyorozu asked him if he had voted for someone else. Aizawa declared Green Midoriya the class representative and noted a tie between Red Midoriya and Yaoyorozu for deputy, saying they would have to decide between them. Akari refused the deputy position, offering it to Yaoyorozu instead. Aizawa appointed Yaoyorozu deputy. Akari watched with quiet amusement as her brothers stood before the class, trembling with nervousness. She loved him and believed in him, but she knew he had a long way to go before he was ready to shoulder leadership responsibilities. She thought to herself that perhaps she should help him build confidence as she absent-mindedly twirled a lock of her hair. Uraraka observed that it was always so crowded as they tried to find a place to sit and eat. Ida explained that students in the support, management, and hero courses all shared the same cafeteria, and he seemed to have the school handbook memorized. Akari pointed out 4 free seats, reinforced her mental shields, and strode toward them. The others followed so they could finally eat. Uraraka admired how the crowd parted for Akari. Izuku sat down next to his twin and remarked that Akari exuded a powerful presence, admitting he suspected her powers were subconsciously active though he had not yet proved it. Ida suggested it might simply be that she walked with confidence and purpose, prompting respect. Akari offered to teach Uraraka an assertive stride, and Uraraka smiled before she started eating. Uraraka declared the rice delicious as she ate. Akari recommended the yakisoba as a perfect choice. Izuku admitted that he was worried about being class representative and doubted his own qualifications. Uraraka encouraged him with a smile. Ida told his brother that Izuku's courage and quick thinking under stress, along with the strength he had shown, were reasons he had voted for him. Ida's brother asked in surprise whether he had been one of the 3 who voted. Uraraka teased that Ida had wanted the rep position and looked the part because of his glasses. Ida replied that wanting a role and being suited to it were different things and that observing the Ida Family Hero Agency had taught him that. They continued to talk about the Ida Hero Agency, the Turbo Hero Ingenium who was Ida's older brother, and what it took to be a good class representative when a mechanical announcement warned of a level 3 security breach and ordered all students to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Ida asked an upper-class student what a level 3 breach meant, and the 3rd year explained that someone had gotten past the school's barriers, something that had not happened in their 3 years, before rising to evacuate. The students flowed out of the cafeteria together. As panic rose, the multitude of anxious thoughts pressed against Akari's mental shields. She managed to keep them at bay until the hallway, where a surge of bodies created a tight bottleneck. Akari was jostled and separated from her brother and friends. The strain of the crowd's panic began to overwhelm her, and she clutched her head as her control wavered. Her powers started to respond to the rising mental pressure, and a red mist gathered around her in a dramatic, glowing display. She tried to pull her abilities back, fearful of hurting anyone, but the instincts that drove her power to protect were strong. Hands suddenly grabbed her and pushed her against the hallway wall, boxing her in. She recognized Shoto Todoroki the moment he took hold of her, and when he did she was plunged into his mind. Inside his memories she witnessed a childhood shaped by harsh training and emotional distance. She saw scenes of a parent treating the boy more like a tool than a child, and a mother who secretly tried to preserve his childhood and shield him from the worst of it. Over time, warmth and play were replaced by strict discipline and resentment. The household felt hollow and governed by a demanding presence. The memory conveyed the loneliness and loss of a normal childhood. The thought that no child should endure such a life settled over her. She felt a fierce protectiveness swell in response. Using the connection, she offered in a low, intense way to confront Endeavor and end the harm he had caused, assuring that she could remove the threat if he wanted it. Todoroki tightened his grip as he wondered if she was inside his mind. Akari explained telepathically that she had become submerged in his mind when he grabbed her and that his loud thoughts were keeping others out. Anchored to him, she could hear only him. She expressed admiration for him, calling him her hero in a heartfelt, earnest way. Todoroki was astonished to hear himself named so, His brows lifted and the corners of his mouth twitched at the unfamiliar praise. Before the exchange could go further, Ida flew past them and tapped the exit indicator on the wall. Ida called for attention and assured the students that the disturbance was from the media outside and that there was nothing to worry about. He urged everyone to stay calm because they were UA students and to prove they were the best by remaining composed. His steady voice helped calm several panicked students. When Uraraka released her gravitational hold on Ida, Akari caught him with her power, lowered him gently to the floor, and patted his back. She reminded him that this was why she had voted for him, and the compliment surprised Ida, making him blush. Izuku stood up and told the class that they needed to decide who the other class officers would be, and that he had something important to say. He explained that after thinking it over, he believed Tenya Ida should be their class representative, which surprised Ida. Izuku added that Ida had captured everyone's attention and gotten them in line, so he believed Ida should lead the class from now on. Kirishima agreed that if Midoriya vouched for Ida, he was fine with it, noting that Ida had stepped up and taken charge. Kaminari joked that Ida had looked like the figure on the emergency exit signs when he had been on the wall earlier. Aizawa interrupted sharply, telling them to hurry up and making the whole class fall silent. Ida accepted the nomination humbly and seriously, pledging to carry out the duties of class representative to the best of his abilities. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up and referred to him by a nickname that others picked up, and Kaminari encouraged him not to let the class down. Aizawa then explained that today's training would be different. He announced that 3 instructors himself, All Might, and another faculty member would be supervising. When Siro asked what kind of training it would be, Aizawa held up a card labeled rescue and said they would be practicing rescue operations, dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and similar situations. Kaminari and Ishido reacted with excitement. Kirishima declared that this was real hero work and that he was eager. Azui said she was looking forward to showing how adept she could be in water, imagining shipwrecks and floods where she would excel. Aizawa reminded them that what they wore for the exercise was up to them but warned that their new hero costumes might still limit their abilities. He opened the compartment with their costumes and told them the training would take place at an off-campus facility and that they would be taking a bus there. With that, he dismissed the class. Everyone got up, grabbed their hero gear, and headed off to change. Akari had some trouble with her hero suit but found it easier this time after using her powers to fasten the zipper and buckles. Once ready, she and Ishido went to the meet-up spot for the bus. In the parking lot, Akari saw her brother in his PE tracksuit because his hero suit had been ruined in the fight with Bakugo. Todoroki was sitting on a bench nearby with part of his headgear missing. Akari approached and noted that he was not covering his head and face. Todoroki reminded her that she had damaged it during their fight. Akari countered that he had ruined her skirt and left holes in it. Todoroki awkwardly suggested she should get it fixed and admitted her hero costume had been nice. Akari teased him by calling him Pinocchio with an amused smile. Todoroki then introduced himself as Shoto Todoroki, and Akari deliberately mangled his name with a smirk. Before Todoroki could reply further, Ida blew a whistle and ordered Class 1A to gather and form 2 neat lines by student number for efficient bus loading. The students complied, only to find that the bus had an open layout, which dashed Ida's carefully planned boarding strategy. Ishido gently told Ida to relax. Tsu corrected someone who had been using a different name and asked to be called Tsu. She then remarked that Midoriya's power seemed a lot like All Might's. Midoriya acknowledged the comparison nervously, admitting he had never really thought about it before. Internally, Midoriya called for help from Riri. Akari silently reminded him telepathically to learn to lie better, addressing him as Miyu. Others nearby noticed the exchange. Kirishima pointed out that All Might did not injure himself using his power, which made a big difference, and that it was unusual for twins to have such different quirks. Akari, lounging next to the dozing Todoroki, explained in a relaxed tone that she used psychic energy to affect the world around her while her twin could only affect himself and was still learning to control it, which sometimes caused him harm when he overextended. Midoriya reacted internally in disbelief at how that explanation fit, and the twins exchanged supportive messages over their bond, each assuring the other that they had each other's backs. Kirishima admitted that an augmenting quirk that produced flashy effects would be impressive, while his own hardening was powerful in combat but less showy. He demonstrated by activating the hardening on his arm. Ashido chimed in that she actually thought his hardening looked awesome. Her sweet brother told him he was definitely pro-material with a quirk like that, because to him all powers were great and he would find new and unique ways to use them. His mind was a treasure trove of ideas for quirks. Kirishima asked if he really thought so and admitted it would be easier to be a popular hero with something flashier, trying to hide his insecurities. Aoyama smugly claimed his naval laser had the perfect combination of panache and strength, posing as if a camera were on him. Ashido pointed out that it would be lame if it caused a stomachache. Kirishima noted that if any of their classmates had pro-level quirks, it would be Todoroki, Bakugo, and Akari-chan. Su observed honestly that Bakugo's constant anger would make him unlikely to be popular. Bakugo exploded in anger and warned he would fight anyone who insulted him. Su noted that, which amused Wanda. Kaminari sassily told the newcomer that although they had just met, they already knew his personality was a blazing mess, which made Akari laugh. Bakugo stood up and threatened that the newcomer would regret applying to the school. Akari turned and whispered to Todoroki, asking if his father was terrible too. Todoroki quietly agreed that his father was, and he thought the comment was mean but amusing, though his face remained stone cold. Akari looked amused, then sent reassuring calmness to her twin, who was upset that the tables had turned and Bakugo was now the one being teased. Wanda knew their middle school peers had been weak-minded and afraid of Bakugo, big fish in a small pond, but at UA everyone was strong and unafraid of him, so they would not bully someone simply for being loud. It was big fish in a bigger ocean. Aizawa announced their arrival and ordered everyone to stop messing around and pay attention. Most of the students responded affirmatively. Bakugo scoffed dismissively. The bus arrived at a large training facility and the students disembarked to find the famous rescue hero 13 waiting. 13 welcomed them and said she had been waiting, which caused surprise and awe. Her twin gushed internally that 13 was the space hero who had rescued countless people from disasters worldwide, and he wore an adoring fanboy expression. Akira excitedly told through their bond that 13 was a huge inspiration, praising how she used the dangerous black hole quirk to save people with remarkable precision and control. 13 possessed a dangerous power, but through determination, precision, control, and years of experience she had turned black hole into a rescue ability. Wanda was determined to achieve the same with her own powers, and she was lucky to learn from a hero who had mastered a dangerous quirk. Uraraka shouted excitedly and did a happy dance, declaring 13 one of her favorite heroes. 13 gestured them inside and said she could not wait to show them what was inside. The hive mind thought it would be awesome, which made Wanda uneasy. Entering the facility felt like stepping into a world of disasters. It contained earthquake, shipwreck, landslide, fire, and windstorm zones, mini domes inside the giant dome and more, leaving all the students awestruck. Kirishima remarked that it looked like an amusement park. 13 explained the various zones and said she had created the training facility to prepare them for different disasters, calling it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. The hive mind compared it to Universal Studios Japan, which felt creepy to Wanda. Aizawa asked if All Might should already be there and speculated that he had booked an interview instead, looking over his shoulder at the students. 13 told him it was something else, and the two had a hushed conversation. Wanda heard Aizawa think that they should be okay with just the two of them. Her homeroom teacher, like Bakugo, had a quiet mind, so she rarely heard his thoughts. Aizawa told 13 the clock was ticking and they should begin. 13 rambled that before beginning she needed to say a few things. The hive mind impatiently thought that they understood. 13 seriously explained that her powerful quirk, black hole, could absorb anything and reduce it to dust. Her adorable twin noted that she had used black hole to save people from many disasters, and he truly was a hero encyclopedia. 13 warned that her quirk could also be lethal, which shocked most of the class. 13 explained that some of them had dangerous powers too, and that in their superhuman society quirks were certified and regulated, so people sometimes overlooked how unsafe they could be. She urged them not to forget that losing focus or making the wrong move could make powers deadly, even during rescue attempts. She reminded them of lessons from Aizawa's fitness tests and All Might's combat training, and said they should carry those lessons into this class, which would teach them to use their quirks to save lives rather than attack, because being a hero was about ensuring others' safety. Wanda knew her powers could be dangerous, which was why she kept a tight grip on them. Her powers were always active and borderline sentient, always protecting her. Over the years in this life and the previous one, she had learned that to avoid losing control she needed to let them act. Her powers formed an almost invisible shield over her skin, giving it a faint glow, and they had tinted her dark hair a deep red. Even when she had been ready to die to fix her mistakes, her powers had acted on that desire and brought her to a different universe. This had always said her powers were vast and unpredictable, with almost limitless potential, but she had been too afraid of them before. With Izuku's help, she no longer feared them. But she also knew the damage she could do with them. Akari recalled the dark Scarlet Witch and thought that when someone has seen the worst of themselves, when they have faced their monstrous side, there is little left to fear. 13 concluded her talk, thanked everyone, and bowed, and the students' applause pulled Akari out of her reverie. Aizawa was about to move on when the lights cut out and a dark, purple-black vortex opened before the fountain in the middle of the USJ. Aizawa instructed the students to stay together and not move, then ordered 13 to protect them as he stepped forward to get a closer look. Kirishima reacted with shock and wondered what the thing could be. Akari narrowed her eyes and focused, sensing that the vortex was sentient but that its thoughts were strange. Suddenly she clutched her head and fell as her knees gave out. Izuku rushed to his twin, knelt beside her, and gently held her face to check her over. Akari cried out that it hurt, that there were too many voices trapped in the empty husk and they needed to be driven out. Some students were startled. Todoroki came up and knelt beside Izuku. He told Akari not to focus on the voices and instead to focus on him, reminding her that he could be loud. He took her hands and placed them on his head. When his hands touched hers, the other voices receded enough for her to focus on Todoroki and regain her senses. Bakugo scanned the surroundings and demanded to know what that which had been. Kirishima, still confused, wondered whether the training had already started and why they had been attacked when they expected a rescue exercise. Aizawa confirmed that this was real and that villains were emerging. More figures stepped out of the purple vortex, their arrival crackling with dangerous energy but without any graphic detail, and the students braced themselves for confrontation. They had thought they would be practicing saving other people. They had not realized they would be saving their own lives. The path they had chosen, the life of a hero, had chosen them back, and it was rushing to make them ready for what lay ahead. Deku thought that Riri's powers might always be active. Chaos Magic suspected they had been discovered. Todoroki, half amused and half serious, had just searched online about what it meant if someone offered to kill someone for you and get rid of the body. His search results suggested a best friend would help with that, so he dryly noted that he had a best friend. Aizawa, standing watch over the students, warned in a tense aside that if anything happened to these children he would make sure everyone in the room paid the price and then take his own life. The villains appeared in the plaza of the USA, led by 3 striking figures. One moved like a purple-black vortex and seemed to teleport people at will. Another was a gaunt man whose body was covered in writhing hands. The third looked like a monstrous, feathered bird with exposed musculature. The vortex-like leader observed that the only real heroes he saw were 13 and Eraserhead, and noted the absence of All Might despite having consulted a schedule taken from UA. Aizawa quickly deduced that the attackers had used the press as a cover to slip onto campus. Hanzi expressed frustration at the missing star attraction, complaining that he had brought many eager followers who wanted to meet the great symbol of peace and that the absence was intolerable. He threatened that perhaps attacking students would lure All Might out. Akari had just suffered a psychic backlash from attempting to read the thoughts flowing through a teleportation warp gate. The flood of minds had shattered her mental shields, which had already been weakened earlier in the day. She told her twin and Todoroki that she needed to rebuild her defenses. Izuku urged her to do it and promised they would cover her, catching Todoroki's eye. Todoroki nodded agreement. Akari closed her eyes and entered a meditative trance. Using Todoroki's strong mental presence as a focal point, she reconstructed her defenses and built them higher than before. She pictured a mountain fortress with her mind sheltered in a castle on its peak. Instead of the monsters she had once imagined, she placed a team of protectors around it, sharpshooters and stealth operatives inside, leaders at the gate, flyers circling overhead, a speedster sweeping the slopes, and an enormous defender at the base. The image steadied her, and she felt confident that nobody would breach her mind again. When she opened her eyes, the students around them were wondering why the campus alarms had not gone off. Todoroki analyzed the situation aloud for the group, explaining that the villains must have a quirk capable of masking their presence or jamming sensors, and that they had chosen an isolated facility and a time when classes were in session to gain an advantage. He worried about their objective and prepared for the worst. Todoroki offered his hand to help Akari to her feet and checked that she was all right, warning that they might have to fight their way out. Akari, wry and determined, told Todoroki that she could handle pain and produced a migraine tablet from a secret compartment, promising it would help and swallowing it. Aizawa ordered 13 to evacuate the students and alert the main campus. He also noted that if their sensors were being blocked, communications might be jammed as well, and instructed Kaminari to try contacting the school using his quirk. Kaminari acknowledged the order and attempted to establish contact. Aizawa asked Akari, referred to as Red Midoriya, if she could reach any faculty minds. He was uncertain about her telepathic range since it was not listed on her application and given the recent hit to her defenses. Akari said she could try, but that distance made it difficult without an established mental link. She decided to attempt a connection to All Might, recalling a prior mental contact with him, and closed her eyes to search for his presence. The students reacted loudly to the revelation that she had been in All Might's mind before, and the noise caused her to flinch. Izuku cautioned that she could not face the villains alone. His concern was that even if she could nullify quirks, her strengths were better suited to stealth and one-on-one encounters, not to a large, coordinated enemy. Aizawa responded that a pro must be adaptable and then leapt into the fray himself. Eraserhead moved through the attackers, canceling their quirks and using his capture weapon and binding gear to subdue them. The villains recognized Eraserhead as a pro hero. One attacker with a mutant-type morphic quirk rushed him, assuming Eraserhead could not nullify such powers, but Eraserhead evaded and countered with precise movements that incapacitated the assailant. He twisted and bent to deliver a disabling blow to another villain and methodically neutralized several more. Hanzi, watching as his minions were taken down, commented that Eraserhead was proving hard to work against because his abilities obscured whose powers he was suppressing, making it difficult to coordinate attacks. He admitted a grudging respect for the pro's effectiveness. Bakugo noticed Akari still had her eyes closed while attempting to reach All Might and grabbed her hand to steady her. Akari kept focusing on locating All Might's mind despite the difficulties caused by her earlier strain. A short while later, with the evacuation orders underway and the initial wave of attackers met by Eraserhead and the other heroes, a tense calm settled as everyone braced for whatever the villains had planned next. A nearby hero told the witch that he would lead her out of the chaos and protect her as they moved toward the hero's position in the school. He spoke with urgency and bluntness. Akari's eyes opened. The familiar green had shifted to a powerful scarlet. She squeezed his hand in response and continued trying to reach All Might. Izuku, distracted by their teacher defending the students, noted that the hero was holding the villains off while his hand itched for a pen and his notebook. An internal warning from Akari urged him to focus on surviving rather than get caught up in the spectacle. Ida echoed the urgency, and both his words and Akari's mental prompt snapped the group back to the need to move. 13 and Class 1A attempted to leave, but a purple-black misty figure teleported between them and the exit. The mist announced that there would be no escape and introduced itself as the League of Villains in a cold, theatrical tone. It suggested this place was a fitting stage for the symbol of peace to meet his end, then conceded that plans can change while spreading its misty arms in a mocking manner. Usually there came a point when the heroes seemed almost defeated and all hope looked lost. Then the tide turned, hope was renewed, and the heroes gathered what strength they had left to make a final stand. This was that turning point. All Might arrived, stepping out of the smoke and into the plaza. He explained that he had been worried when Aizawa and 13 did not answer his calls, and after Akari contacted him he hurried over, meeting Ida on the way and learning of the villainy here. There was no smile on his face, only the fierce determination of someone protecting his charge. He declared his presence and, with a show of resolve, tore off his tie and discarded his jacket. From the edge of the platform he saw his twins and several students standing over an unconscious, injured Aizawa inside Little Moon's protective field while humanoid energy shapes held the villains at bay. He registered with visceral anger that the villains had targeted his students and his twins. Mineta cried out that they were saved and pointed toward All Might on the stairs. Another student made a brief frog-like sound. Akari's brother, eyes tearing with relief, said that All Might had arrived. Akari looked up with a relieved smile, the tension finally easing from her brow. The Scarlet Avengers pulled back under her force field. One of the villains hissed that the heroic figure had finally appeared. All Might moved swiftly toward Akari's field, knocking aside awakened villain minions. He checked Aizawa and noted that he appeared to be the most seriously hurt, while Izuku also had his hand bandaged. All Might silently regretted not arriving sooner and asked Akari to take Aizawa to safety. She complied, releasing her field and gently levitating Aizawa to the platform while noting that she had healed some of his most critical wounds. Down in the plaza, All Might tried to strike a Nomu called Birdbrain with a Carolina Smash, but Birdbrain blocked the blow and seemed largely unaffected. The creature lunged and All Might evaded. He landed blows that had little visible effect. The Nomu's resilience frustrated him. The purple-black speaker explained that the Nomu had shock-absorbing properties and that wearing it down would be the only way to stop it. All Might took that as a strategy and used a powerful reverse suplex to attempt to incapacitate Birdbrain. When the smoke cleared, the villains opened a warp gate to spare the Nomu from being crushed, and part of the creature surged up from beneath All Might while he still held the suplex position. The Nomu managed to find a weak spot and clamp down, causing All Might to struggle. Akari, seeing All Might fight despite having exhausted his time and pushed his limits, could not stand by. She landed nearby and prepared to assist. The purple-black villain taunted that he would enjoy destroying them. Akari growled that she had warned him off and used her power to pry Birdbrain's hand away from All Might, disrupting the creature's grip. At the same time, Birdbrain's arm began to freeze and stiffen from her attack, weakening its hold without graphic harm. Akari's brother ran to help All Might but was intercepted by the purple-black villain. Bakugo then arrived and blasted the villain, cutting the villain's interference and giving the heroes an opening. Bakugo ordered Deku to get out of the way, then seized Kurogyri by his neck armor and slammed him to the ground, pinning him. Half of the Nomu's body had been frozen, showing that Todoroki had joined the fight. Todoroki noted that Akari had learned from the villain's poor intelligence that they were there because they intended to attack All Might. Akari moved to All Might and used her power to mend his side. All Might thanked her and gently patted her hair. Bakugo announced that he had found the villain's real body this time, a smug, feral grin on his face. Todoroki declared that the symbol of peace would not be defeated by delinquents, his eyes narrowing in icy resolve. Akari called for Kaken, Riri, and everyone. Her twin looked around teary-eyed for a moment before composing himself. Hanzi scolded Kurogyri like an annoyed superior, asking how he had let a child get the best of him. Bakugo explained that the mist had been a distraction and that the neck armor meant the villain still had a body. He warned Kurogyri not to move, threatening to blast him if he tried anything. Hanzi accused the students and tried to justify their actions. Birdbrain surged forward at incredible speed and struck, producing a shockwave. Akari raised a protective shield that kept everyone steady and also caught a small, thrown object. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu had Kurogyri in its grip and Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. Akari's twin shouted for Kaken, and the momentary panic caused her to drop the object she had caught. The object made a small noise when it hit the ground. Kirishima remarked that Bakugo had somehow ended up on the other side of the room. Todoroki pointed toward the shattered wall, and Akari indicated that All Might had sent Bakugo flying through it. All Might ordered his students to stay back and asked about the Nomu's abilities, surprised that it was still moving. Hanzi admitted that the Nomu had more than one quirk and had been modified with super regeneration, making it a relentless opponent even against powerful heroes. He described it as a highly efficient combat construct designed to take on the symbol of peace directly. Hanzi then moved to free his method of escape and ordered the Nomu to retrieve it. The villains began to press the attack, forcing the students and All Might to respond. All Might criticized the villains for interrupting a school lesson and harming children to reach him. Hanzi attempted to shift blame by listing previous confrontations with the students and accused heroes of hypocrisy, arguing that institutionalized violence could not be trusted. All Might called him a hypocrite, and Akari reacted with visible anger and disgust at the idea that the villains would harm minors to further their goals. Akari felt the unpleasantness of Hanzi's demeanor and found it repulsive. Todoroki observed that they outnumbered the villains, and Akari added that they also had the power advantage. Izuku pointed out that Bakugo had discovered the mist user's weakness. The students, bolstered by All Might's presence, prepared to take the villains down. Kirishima activated his hardening, ready to fight to help. All Might stepped forward and ordered the students to leave, insisting that children should not have to fight while he still had some strength left. Todoroki reminded All Might that Akari and he had already helped and that they could continue to assist. Akari pleaded that All Might did not have to face this alone. She had felt the loneliness he carried and had just now sensed his thoughts. All Might clenched his fist and thanked them for their concern but said the situation was different, assuring them that everything would be all right and that they should watch a pro at work. Izuku began to object that All Might was hurt and nearly out of strength, but his twin covered his mouth. Akari hurriedly explained that she had closed the wound earlier and that it was fine, then winked at All Might, who returned a thumbs up. Hanzi sent the Nomu and Kurogiri forward and dashed toward the students, instructing the villains to take care of them. Kirishima warned that they were going to have to fight after all and activated his hardening. Akari smirked and called her powers to her palms, ready for action, while Todoroki reminded her this was not a dance. All Might and the Nomu collided with a force that produced a powerful shockwave. Akari, Wanda, and the other students braced and reinforced their defenses to keep from being thrown by the impact as the battle's effects began to tear through the USJ building. Hanzi, regaining his footing after being blown away, shouted that one of the Nomu's powers was shock absorption. All Might, grunting as he pressed the attack, noted that meant there must be a limit to what the creature could take. He pushed the Nomu back with a flurry of blows, determined to force it to surrender. All Might landed a well-aimed, powerful punch that sent the Nomu flying and launched himself after it. He moved with relentless resolve, striking and kicking, then caught the creature midair and swung it before hurling it down. He declared that a true hero would always find a way to see justice served, and he finished with a final, titanic blow that sent the Nomu crashing through the glass dome of the USJ, up and away, while the entire facility trembled from the aftershock. Akari covered her mouth in shock as the building shuddered. She realized she had severely underestimated the strength of the people in this world and resolved to work harder to reach the level she admired. Kirishima stood stunned at the sheer brute force he had witnessed, and Bakugo, impressed despite himself, reflected on how powerful his childhood hero had been. Todoroki felt a strange mix of pride and petty satisfaction, while Bakugo silently acknowledged the mark of a true pro. As smoke cleared, All Might stood straight and admitted that in his prime fewer blows would have sufficed. Today it had taken far more. He warned mentally that time was running out and the effort would need to end quickly. Smoke rising from him signaled that he had used a great amount of his hero energy. Akari focused on the remnants of One for All inside All Might and saw only flickering embers of what had once burned bright. She hesitated, then formed an energy sphere and sent it into All Might's chest, aiming to strengthen the remaining spark. The transfer surprised everyone nearby. Her twin reacted with alarm, unsure of her actions. Bakugo demanded to know what she thought she was doing, and Kirishima asked if she had turned to the wrong side, watching her warily. All Might, stunned into silence at first, felt the response. The tiny embers of One for All flared stronger with the energy Akari had given him. He expressed his gratitude to the girl, calling her Little Moon, and acknowledged that the boost was exactly what he needed after such a long fight. He gave her a thumbs up before turning back to the remaining villains and ordering them to surrender so the ordeal could end quickly. Hansi muttered in frustration that he had been defeated, claiming the fight had been unfair and accusing the girl of using an advantage to change the outcome. The villain muttered in frustration, baffled that his opponent was as strong as ever, and scratched his throat maniacally. All Might stepped forward, mocking the villains and daring them to attack him, trying to keep their focus on him rather than on his students. Bakugo observed that the situation was intense. Todoroki commented that there was no reason for the students to fight now and that All Might could handle it. Kirishima urged Midoriya to regroup with the others, warning that the last thing they wanted was to be taken hostage or get in the way. Akari's twin asked her telepathically whether All Might could defeat the enemies with the energy she had given him. Akari replied that she had given enough for him to finish them, patting his arm reassuringly before letting it slide and taking his hand. Izuku asked through the bond, sounding fearful, what would happen if All Might were hurt. Akari sent back comfort, promising to heal or avenge him and addressing him as her little brother, patting his head with the hand that was not holding his. While the twins exchanged thoughts, Kurojirai tried to steady an erratic Tamura Shigaraki by pointing out that the Nomu attacks had been successful and that, together, they could take All Might. Shigaraki, still unsteady but determined, declared that they had to act now, convinced the final confrontation was at hand. Akari interrupted a chatter of the heroes by wafting a scarlet-tinged mist with a hand, putting nearby thugs to sleep. Kirishima admired her ability, and Akari attempted to whistle but only gently exhaled air. As Akari neutralized the thugs closest to them, Hansi and a purple-black-clad villain rushed to attack All Might. In a panic, Izuku moved without thinking and leapt to intercept, using One for All. He struck hard to stop the warper, aiming for a weakness, but Kurojirai opened a warp gate to intercept him, and Hansi moved a hand through. Akari's twin-in-danger sense flared. Looking up, Akari saw her brother flying headfirst toward Hansi's grasp. She acted instantly, catching him midair with one hand and disabling Hansi's grip with the other, forcefully stopping the assault without graphic detail. Her eyes flashed with scarlet energy as she prepared to retaliate if the villain touched her brother again. Before she could escalate, Hansi was struck and forced to release his wounded hand. Akari pulled her brother out of the line of fire and saw the UA faculty heroes arriving on the platform with Ida. Principal Nizu apologized for their slight delay and explained that he had brought the teachers as quickly as he could. The heroes spread out to protect the students and neutralize the remaining thugs. Akari lowered both herself and her brother to the ground and checked him over with her powers, anxiously asking if he was all right and if he had been touched. Izuku reassured his sister that he was fine and that she had reached him in time. He drew her close and rested their foreheads together as a comforting, non-romantic gesture, sending calming feelings through their bond to pull her from panic. Akari thought about how much she feared losing him and resolved that she needed to become stronger to protect him and their future. Meanwhile, Hansi declared that the game was over for the heroes and, along with Kurojirai, abandoned the thugs and attempted to warp away. Hansi was struck several more times and slowed by 13's black hole effect, preventing a clean escape. All Might moved to apprehend the villains but had to dodge a dozen warp gates that Kurojirai opened in his path. Kurojirai managed to warp away with Shigaraki, taking them out of reach for the moment. The villains had fled, but the battle was not over. The heroes still had to secure the low-level thugs and attend to the injured. The young hero hopefuls had received a harsh but vital taste of the life they had chosen. Naive hopes for fame and glory had been replaced with the understanding of real responsibility. They resolved to stand against evil and protect the world. All Might knelt beside the twins and ran his hands over their heads, concerned that adrenaline had masked any injuries. He checked that both were okay. Todoroki watched the exchange carefully, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in thought and beginning to suspect something about the closeness between All Might and the twins. Akari released her hold on her brother and threw herself into All Might's arms, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude that he had come despite the risk and having already used much of his power. All Might gently reassured and comforted her, soothing her with a steady presence. All Might watched Akari and thought that she always seemed so strong that he sometimes forgot she was a child, but in his arms she was small and fragile. He looked over at Izuku, whom he called his little son, and asked if he was all right. Izuku said he was okay, though both his legs and some fingers were broken and he had grown used to injuring himself when using his quirk. Akari mumbled that he was a stupid little brother as she pulled herself together, but she stayed in All Might's arms a little longer, savoring the safety he offered. All Might observed that with all the pro teachers gathered, the rest of the school must be safe. Todoroki looked around and confirmed that most of the faculty were present. Kirishima ran over and called to Midoriya. Izuku explained that he could not get up, his head resting on his sister's lap while All Might petted her head like one would a kitten. Kirishima asked if Izuku was okay and moved closer to help. Akari said he was fine and that she had lifted him with her powers, teasing him as Humpty Dumpty and promising to put him back together. All Might laughed, then smiled genuinely and told the students to head to the entrance. Kirishima ran to relay the message to Bakugo and Todoroki, announcing All Might's instruction. All Might told Akari to take Izuku to Recovery Girl. Akari replied that she also needed to speak to whoever was taking Aizawa to explain what she had done, because she was unsure whether her attempt to heal him had been correct. All Might asked what she had done, confused since he had only seen her protect Aizawa and the other students. Akari admitted that she might have healed Aizawa in her panic and looked away. All Might urged her to hand over Izuku and report to the medical team so they could check her work. Akari gave her brother to All Might, flew up to the platform, and stood before Principal Nizu. She told him that Aizawa had been severely hurt and that she had panicked and used her powers to heal him, fidgeting and biting her lower lip. Principal Nizu asked what she had healed to understand the situation. Akari explained that she had reduced swelling in his brain by removing excess fluid and had attempted to repair severe damage to his eyes, including the macula and the optic nerve, because the villains had not stopped attacking and Aizawa had been close to dying and nearly blind. She had not known when help would arrive and was not sure whether she had done the right thing or had made things worse. Principal Nizu reached out to pat her hand and expressed sympathy at the position she had been forced into, then reassured her that he would send Aizawa to Recovery Girl. He explained that Recovery Girl was a certified doctor in addition to her title and that, with her abilities, she could provide proper care and, if necessary, undo any mistakes together with Akari. He then walked over to confer with the rescue team. Akari let out a long sigh and admitted she needed a spa day. Ashido, standing behind her, agreed, and Akari opened her arms for a hug. Ashido eagerly accepted, and Akari felt the other girl's tension melt away as she relaxed into the embrace. The students gathered outside the USJ. Akari felt relieved to see her classmates safe. Some had scrapes and bruises, but none were seriously hurt. The police were taking the villains away while Detective Tsukachi counted the students and reported that everyone seemed unharmed except for one boy with serious leg injuries. Akari mentioned to Ojiro that she had heard he had fought many of the villains alone. Ojiro responded that he had not realized he was entirely on his own, and that he had survived with hit-and-run tactics. Akari's message that the rest of the class was still in the facility had helped him focus. Akari asked Izuku Midoriya where he had ended up fighting. Midoriya explained that he had started in the landslide zone with Shoto Todoroki before going to the plaza to help there. Ojiro laughed at the image of Midoriya and Todoroki together, imagining the villains had no chance. Akari smiled and said they had made a good team. Todoroki looked sullen, thinking that Akari had left him behind. Momo Yaoyorozu struck a pose and complained about being overlooked, and the class laughed when Mina Ashido teased that he had been hiding in a closet in the fire zone. Aoyama pouted and put on a pitiful expression. Detective Tsukachi called for everyone to be returned to the main campus and suggested they not be questioned immediately, since they had been through a lot. Tsu asked about their teacher, Aizawa. The detective explained that Aizawa had been taken to Recovery Girl with mostly broken bones but no signs of serious brain injury, which made Akari breathe a relieved sigh. Mina asked about 13. The detective said that despite some bad lacerations on her back, 13 would pull through. He also confirmed that All Might was without any major injuries. All Might had helped get the student with the leg injuries to Recovery Girl. Ida asked if Midoriya would be all right. All Might reassured everyone that Recovery Girl was taking care of the injured student and that he would be fine, and a brief moment of confusion was cleared up because there were 2 Midoriyas in the class. Uraraka let out a relieved breath. Detective Tsukachi told his partner Sansa that he had some business in the nurse's office and asked her to take charge while he escorted Akari to Recovery Girl. Akari waved to her classmates and followed him to the police car. An officer approached the detective to report that a suspect believed to be involved in the attack had been apprehended in a nearby wooded area. The officer reported that the suspect had no apparent injuries, seemed compliant for now, and had not spoken. They were unsure whether he could speak. Akari described the suspect as a bioengineered creature called Birdbrain, designed to take down All Might and controlled by Hanzi like an attack dog. She added that All Might had sent him flying out of the facility during their fight. The officer agreed that the description seemed to fit. The principal arrived and granted the detective full access to the campus. He bowed in thanks and then indicated to Akari that she should get in the car. The ride back to school was quiet. Akari was lost in thought about the day's attack. The villains had shown they would cross any line to reach their goal, and that thought made everything feel fragile. Being reborn had given Akari a chance at a childhood she had never had in her previous life. Friendships, school trips, time to be young. Those simple freedoms felt newly precious, and the attack threatened to take them away. They arrived at the infirmary and Detective Tsukachi entered with Akari. He announced himself and greeted All Might, who looked pale and weak but conscious. Akari sat at his bedside. Akari's brother sat up in shock at the sight and asked if All Might was all right. All Might introduced Detective Tsukachi as his trusted friend on the police force and reassured him that Tsukachi was legitimate and reliable. Tsukachi laughed at the introduction and said they could use any information All Might have, but All Might insisted on first knowing that the students and their colleagues were all right, asking specifically about Aizawa and 13. Detective Tsukachi confirmed that, aside from the boy with the severe leg injuries, the students' injuries were limited to scrapes and bruises, and that Aizawa and 13 were receiving care and expected to recover. Detective T assured Small Might that both teachers were in stable condition and urged him to relax. Recovery Girl told them that she had Aizawa and that, since he was stable, she and Akari could review his original injuries and what Akari had done to help. She rose and moved toward the door, prompting Akari to stand and give the others a quick wave before following her. Recovery Girl explained in a gentle but firm tone that she had placed Aizawa in a mild medically induced coma so they could perform a careful examination without causing him discomfort. She said they would first go over Akari's treatment to see if anything needed adjusting, then Akari would use her powers to check him and report her findings. Akari admitted that she knew she should not have intervened without more training, but when she had assessed him with her powers his condition had looked dire. She described that his injuries were severe and life-threatening, that his condition had been deteriorating quickly, and that she had acted to buy him time because she did not know how long it would take for help to arrive. She tried to steady herself and wipe her hands. Akari's thoughts drifted to her grumpy teacher. She remembered how exhausted he always seemed after a long day of teaching and then spending nights protecting others. She knew that beneath his stern exterior he cared deeply. He was strict because he wanted his students to take the path seriously and to be prepared. He did not want to send anyone into danger unready. Sensing Akari's strain, Recovery Girl took her hand and guided her gently. Recovery Girl instructed Akari to take a shower while she retrieved a clean uniform for her to wear afterward. She advised that a good cry in the shower might help. It had been a tiring day, and she wanted Akari to let her emotions out. Recovery Girl confirmed that Akari had reduced the swelling in Aizawa's head and had stabilized his vision, and she would run scans with her equipment while Akari refreshed herself. After her shower and a good cry, Akari felt better. She dressed in her uniform and went to where she could feel Recovery Girl's presence, preparing for the worst and fearing she might have left her teacher permanently harmed. Akari asked Recovery Girl what the damage was. Recovery Girl explained that there was no remaining sign of brain swelling, meaning Akari had succeeded in that part of the healing. She brought up an image of Aizawa's skull, which now looked like kintsugi art with darker lines tracing the repairs. Recovery Girl observed that the places where the bone had been mended were darker, leaving a visible trace. She was unsure whether the repaired bone was stronger or weaker and said that would require testing. Recovery Girl then reviewed images of Aizawa's eyes and compared them to his last health check. She noted that the usual wear and tear seen over the years was gone in the post-healing images and that, by the book definition, his eyes appeared perfectly healthy. Recovery Girl said they would know more once he woke and could undergo tests. She looked at Akari with a contemplative expression and asked what Akari had been thinking while she was healing him. Akari recalled thinking that she did not know when help would arrive and that Aizawa was dying. She had believed his eyes were vital for his powers to work and needed to be made perfect. Recovery Girl asked whether Akari's powers often responded to intent. Akari explained that she mostly relied on control, focus, and precision because her powers could be dangerous, but when she was emotional they sometimes reacted to intent or feelings. She gave an example of how, under intense stress, her psychic energy might overreact and strangle rather than merely incapacitate, illustrating how unpredictable it could be. Akari added that her brother and she joked her powers were almost sentient and tried to protect her. She reflected that when she wanted something badly, her powers sometimes tried to make it happen. She had called that tendency chaos magic because of its chaotic nature and endless possibilities. She thought of Westview and how her desire for vision and a perfect life had been shaped by that power. She wondered whether chaos magic was returning or whether the chaotic energy in this world behaved similarly. Recovery Girl concluded that Akari's intent had likely influenced the healing. Akari had wanted Aizawa's eyes fixed and perfect, and the powers had made them so in the book-defined sense. Recovery Girl returned to the practical matter and asked Akari to scan Aizawa with her powers and report any other injuries. Akari approached Aizawa's bed. He looked paler than usual, and the visible traces of blood had been cleaned. His arms were bandaged. She suspected he had little stamina left for Recovery Girl's quirk. Akari lifted her hands and held them over his body, letting tendrils of her power flow through him to catalog injuries. Akari reported that the right humerus was fractured near the top, the radius was broken in two, and the ulna had fractures in 2 places. All were in the right arm. She noted the left shoulder was dislocated and the left elbow had significant skin damage. Several ribs on both sides showed fractures. Aside from these major injuries, he had only bruises. Recovery Girl listened as Akari described him as if he were an unfinished jigsaw puzzle on the inside. Recovery Girl asked how Akari would heal him with her powers. Akari said she would set the broken bones back into place, hold them steady, and then STMLT the body's regenerative processes to speed bone healing. When Recovery Girl asked whether she had used the same method on his fractured skull, Akari explained that she had instead manipulated the molecules in the bone to fuse the skull back together. Recovery Girl probed why she had not used the molecular method again since it had worked previously. Akari replied that they did not know whether that molecular repair made the bone weaker or stronger. What she had done to the skull had been performed under extreme stress. If Aizawa had only had broken bones and was not in immediate danger of dying, she would not have chosen the same high-risk method. He had time to heal with more conservative measures. Recovery Girl nodded in approval, calling Akari both intelligent and powerful, and handed her a stack of books on the regenerative ability of the human body. Recovery Girl added that Akari did not need to come to her office tomorrow because the school had decided to close for the day. Recovery Girl produced a human skull and told Akari to do to it what she had done to Aizawa's skull. Akari's eyes widened. She felt unsettled that a human skull lay so casually in the room. Recovery Girl said the skull had been a gift from Principal Nizu, and Akari found that oddly fitting. Recovery Girl instructed Akari to reproduce the same controlled crack she had applied to Aizawa's skull and then heal it in the same manner. Akari carefully created a temporary fracture in a controlled, non-graphic way, and then channeled a gentle, luminous healing to restore it exactly as she had before. Recovery Girl thanked Akari, motioned for her to go find her brother so she could go home and rest, and said she would begin testing the skull the next day. Akari wondered what it was with the teachers at the school and whether all the adults in this world were unusually eccentric. She remembered Tony and Bruce creating Murderbot 2000 and thought that Vision seemed like a mashup of several odd geniuses, which made her conclusion feel inevitable. All grown-ups were weird. Akari stood under the shower, letting the water wash away the blood and grime of the day. She tightened her hold on her powers and allowed herself to release her emotions, crying not only for herself and the teachers who had risked everything but most of all for the children whose lives had been changed forever. This felt like only the beginning. She sensed something lurking at the edge of chaos and thought that something was in the shadows. Unbeknownst to her, that thought reached others linked to her mind. She had always known of one bond, but in her exhaustion and need for comfort she had unknowingly created new mental connections. Izuku heard his sister's thought and began to analyze everything that had happened that day for clues about the things she had sensed in the shadows. All Might closed his eyes when he heard the voice he called Little Moon. He hoped it was not who he feared. He had wanted that danger gone. When his eyes snapped open, his blue gaze blazed with determination. No matter what the threat was, he resolved to stand in its way as long as he could. Katsuki Bakugo heard his childhood friend's voice in his head and clenched his fists. If something could unsettle her, he needed to become stronger and faster. There was no way such a thing would stand between him and becoming number one. Shoto Todoroki heard Akari's voice and felt a missing puzzle piece click into place. He wondered whether this presence explained why villains and low-level thugs had grown bolder, and whether hearing a voice counted as madness if the voice belonged to a telepath. So many questions remained and few answers were in sight. She opened the door and walked into the room where her brother sat. Akari announced that she thought she had figured out his backlash problem and clapped her hands, rubbing them together. Izuku's eyes brightened with hope. Small Might suddenly looked pale and coughed, prompting immediate concern from everyone who noticed. All Might dismissed his own condition for the moment and focused on Akari's claim that she had solved Izuku's issue. He insisted that they needed to fix the vomiting and declining health, but Akari waved his worry away briefly and emphasized that he was important too. Izuku agreed strongly that All Might's health mattered to them all. All Might felt the twins were too precious and imagined them as miniature versions tucked into his hero uniform pocket. Akari laughed at the image and transmitted it through the mental bond, causing Izuku to react like a fan. When Small Might asked again about the backlash solution, Akari explained that Izuku sent all of his power to whatever body part he needed at the moment. All Might groaned and covered his face. Izuku, confused, asked if that was not how he was supposed to use it. All Might tried to explain that Izuku could probably only handle a small fraction of One for All's full power and that sending everything to different limbs at once was causing damage. Akari patted All Might on the shoulder and described the power's resting place at the center of the body. She compared her own control to a heart pumping blood. Her power circulated constantly, always available at her fingertips without concentrating everything on one limb. She demonstrated the idea with gestures as she spoke, her powers dancing briefly between her fingers. Izuku squealed with excitement and began to mumble about how she had always been right about her powers and how he needed to write this down and test different methods. All Might told him to stop obsessing. Akari declared that they were not doing anything else that night and that she wanted to go home and sit with their mother. Izuku agreed that only their mother could make the day better. On very hard days, one or both of the twins would rest their heads in their mother's lap while she ran her fingers through their hair and hummed soothing melodies. Her brother thanked Recovery Girl for her help with quiet gratitude. Akari bowed to the woman who had taken her under her wing and wished them good night. Recovery Girl told them to be careful on their way home, and the twins responded in unison that they would. Walking through the school hallway with her twin, Akari could not shake the feeling that their world had not truly changed. They were training to be heroes, but everything felt rushed. The sensation was the same as the one she had felt after watching the Battle of New York and the first time she had seen the Tesseract on a broken TV in Sokovia. A tense anticipation and the sense that something large and dangerous was coming. A battle of fates was on the horizon. Izuku, still rattled from earlier, reached out and took her hand. He reminded her that she had a bleed-through about something coming and asked if she knew what it was. Akari admitted she was not sure, only that she felt an ominous presence and that today's villain attack had likely been an opening act for something bigger. She tried to put into words the unease in her bones and the chaotic energy she sensed in the world. Izuku resolved that they would get stronger. If something was coming, they would need to be prepared even without knowing exactly what it was. He began thinking aloud about how to step up his training and how to test a new theory about using his powers so he would not be a one-hit wonder. Akari reassured him that tomorrow they would test it. She would monitor his powers and stop any harmful backlash. Izuku stopped and asked, incredulous, if she could really stop the backlash. Akari explained that in theory she could absorb or manipulate the energy from an impact. She noted that she had only done that once in this life, when Cat blew up, but she had performed similar feats in a previous life. She described the ability as manipulating energy and converting it into forms she could work with and absorb. It was a creative solution born from not having her old powers anymore, and she believed that where there is a will, there is a way. Izuku reacted with astonishment at the idea that she could change energy. He quickly launched into enthusiastic analysis, mentally cataloging possibilities. Akari clarified that she could manipulate molecules, shifting them so that something could become different from what it originally was. She could disintegrate and reconstruct things, sometimes better than the original, and sometimes differently. This led Izuku to wonder aloud whether she could alter reality itself in the future. Akari interrupted his speculative spree by imitating All Might and telling him to stop nerding out. She reminded him that she could only work with energy for now and joked that she was still working on turning water into wine. Izuku, puzzled, asked why she wanted to do that. Akari said she wanted to be Scarlet Jesus with a straight face, and Izuku burst into laughter, imagining the idea. He laughed until he wheezed, flushed with mirth, and Akari smiled in satisfied amusement. Akari had managed to make him laugh, and Izuku thanked her, squeezing her hand gratefully. Akari rested her head on his shoulder and said they should go home. She resolved to protect her brother's innocence and light from the darkness of the world. If the world tried to twist him into a bitter shell, she would stand in the way and shine a scarlet light before it could touch a single strand of his hair. When the night was at its darkest, the scarlet which would light the way as a beacon of safety. When Izuku was 4, he told his mother Inko that he needed to buy a safe to keep the hero analyzing notebook about Riri's safe from villains. Inko agreed and took him to buy one. The day after the League of Villains attacked the USJ, the school was closed temporarily, but the Midoriya twins were not slacking off. They rose early, completed their normal training routine, and jogged to the forest where they had played as children. In a clearing in the middle of the trees, the twins stood facing each other. Akari announced that this would be the first lesson in Powers for Dummies, striking a hero pose like All Might with her fists on her hips. Izuku mumbled in an embarrassed, high voice while rubbing the back of his neck that he would prefer not to call it that. Akari leaned forward, cupping an ear to hear him better, and teased him before firmly declaring that there was no changing the name because she was the boss and what she said went. She instructed Izuku that they would begin by spreading his power through his whole body and that they needed to meditate for that. Izuku protested, admitting he was terrible at meditating and nervously bumping the tips of his fingers together. Akari corrected him, explaining that sitting still and emptying his mind was not what she wanted. Instead, he needed to look for One for All, feel it, how it moved, and how it interacted with him. Once he had located it, he should let a small amount flow through his body and spread it slowly and steadily. She sat down and gestured for Izuku to do the same. Izuku asked why he should only use a little at a time and whether sending more around his body would not make it faster. Akari called him an idiot and tapped his forehead with a small energy ball, reminding him that All Might had warned the power could injure him and that he could only handle a small percentage of One for All. Her tone grew harsh enough to make him flinch, and then she softened her voice, telling him she understood his desire to be stronger but that some things could not be rushed. She reminded him of when rushing his training had set him back and urged patience and intelligence, saying they would take the slow, steady approach instead of trying to hurry. She urged him to begin and told him to hurry playfully, letting her powers swirl around him as she reached into his mind and body to monitor his progress. Izuku responded by explaining that the Empire was a Sith thing and a Padawan was a Jedi apprentice, then closed his eyes and tried to feel One for All inside himself. At first he felt nothing and wondered where One for All was. Akari told him that he usually kept the power off and only turned it on when he needed it. She instructed him to turn it on and then spread the 5% he could handle throughout his body. Izuku slapped his forehead in realization and remembered that he normally only activated the power for specific places. He resolved to keep it on and distribute the small amount he could manage across his body. He activated one for all and experienced it like a galaxy being born. A white star appeared and merged with a blue star, which met a red star. The sequence continued through green, orange, purple, pink, yellow, and turquoise, until the energy settled as an opalescent star shining brightly. Akari's awestruck voice echoed in his mind as he took in the beauty of it. The sensation was exhilarating and at the same time heavy, like carrying the weight of the world, making him feel as if he might float away while the burden kept him grounded. Akari encouraged him to spread 5% of the power through his body. With his eyes closed, he tried slowly at the turtle pace she had recommended. He managed to move the power into his torso, but it returned to his chest and made him groan. Akari offered gentle encouragement and told him to try again. On his next attempt, he reached his upper arms and upper legs before the energy retreated again. He persisted, continuing to try until at last he got the power to spread throughout his entire body. Each time he achieved a full spread, the power returned to its resting place, frustrating him. He admitted his agitation and confusion at not being able to keep the power distributed. Akari, still sitting in meditation with her eyes closed as she monitored him, advised that if one method did not work he should try another. Izuku wondered whether she knew the answer but was letting him discover it himself. Akari articulated what had been at the back of his mind. He should not think of one for all as borrowed. Izuku quietly replied that it had been given to him by All Might and that it did not feel like something he had been born with. Akari affirmed that it was not something he was born with but something he had earned through hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. She reminded him that All Might had chosen him from all the hero hopefuls and that the power was given to him. The power was not borrowed, it was given. She went on to say that everyone received power in some form, whether through genetics, fate, or the universe, and urged him to accept and use what had been entrusted to him. Akari told him passionately that in the end it was all given, that it was his power and he should accept it as part of himself. Moved by his twin's words, Izuku closed his tearful eyes and tried again, but this time he did not force the energy outward. He released the 5% he could handle into his body and let it move as it wanted. One for all at 5% circulated throughout him, a rush that felt like electrification and a sudden flood of jittery energy. He opened his luminescent green eyes and met his sister's proud, scarlet gaze. With a manic glint, Akari urged him to do it again and again until it became second nature, and Izuku swallowed. It turned out that sitting and activating his powers was easier than doing it while performing katas. The energy would fizzle out whenever he moved because his concentration was divided. Akari urged Miyu with a sing-song encouragement to fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee as she moved through the katas, her scarlet mist glowing and trailing like the movements of a chi warrior of old. Izuku struggled to match her grace. His power fizzled out again mid-kick and he lost his balance, collapsing onto the grass. Riri advised Miyu not to force the movements and to listen to his body and his powers, telling him to move with them rather than against them. She shifted into a low pose, sliding one leg out to the side and twisting her hands and upper body to follow the motion. Izuku grumbled that his powers were not as borderline sentient as Riri's and pushed himself up to try the kata again. Akari observed that his powers were, in fact, fully sentient. Izuku yelped and face-planted onto the grass in surprise. Akari admitted she had been waiting for him to get used to his quirk before telling him that his quirk was haunted. She stopped her kata and sat down beside her brother's prone form. Izuku demanded to know how a quirk could be haunted. Akari guessed that because his quirk was a mutated stockpiling type, the previous users left imprints on it. They cultivated and nurtured the power, and when they passed it on a piece of themselves rode along in the quirk to the next user. Over time, a legacy lived on inside the ability, a chain of imprints from those who had used it to protect the world since the dawn of quirks. Izuku reacted nervously to the idea that the quirk might be that old. Akari explained that detailed history was scarce. The first incident people talked about was the glowing baby and the sudden emergence of quirks after that, but no one seemed to know what happened to that child. The histories glossed over the darker PRDS and presented a tidy narrative: glowing baby, more quirks, rising crime, heroes, happily ever after. Akari's voice dropped as she considered the gaps that had been smoothed over. Izuku asked what she thought had happened. Akari said she suspected that fear led people to try to get rid of what scared them. She remembered how frightening powers could make a community and how those with unusual abilities were treated with suspicion. The glowing baby had likely been taken to a research facility and spent her life used and studied rather than cared for, treated as an object rather than a person. Izuku listened with tearful eyes, unable to imagine someone hurting a child. Akari continued, suggesting there had been segregation and attempts to turn those with powers into weapons, increasing oppression until a powerful individual declared that the powered were superior and should rule. That claim could have sparked a war between those who wanted to coexist and those who sought domination. Governments, Akari said, had likely chosen to bury or sanitize that history, polishing the ugly parts into a myth of progress. Izuku reflected that history books taught a smooth story of acceptance and heroes born out of necessity, but they never mentioned the true cost. Akari agreed that they never mentioned the sacrifices it took to reach whatever peace had been described. Akari shifted the conversation back to Izuku's quirk. She explained that the vestiges' previous users' imprints were the ones that had disrupted their bond before. According to one of the vestiges she had spoken with, they were there to guide and protect the user. Izuku said he understood the guiding part, though he pointed out the guidance had been clumsy so far, and asked what they were protecting him from. Akari suggested that the vestiges took time to fully awaken when they moved into a new user. Only one had been awake and able to communicate so far, while the others remained dormant. She proposed that their protection was mental. The vestiges acted as a defense, making anyone who tried to invade his mind face resistance from those who had used the quirk before. Izuku flailed at the idea that there might be a kill squad in his head. Akari reassured him that she had told the vestiges they were welcome as long as they were helpful, but the moment they tried to harm him, she would remove them. He asked if she could actually remove them and why she had not done so earlier. Akari admitted she could, but she worried about the repercussions for the quirk itself. She wondered whether the former users were integral to how the power functioned, whether removing them might cause the quirk to destabilize or stop protecting its user. She explained that she feared the quirk could go haywire without those vestiges to moderate it, or that the new user might be overwhelmed by its force without them. Izuku reacted with a panicked jumble of syllables, repeating sounds in a nervous reflex as he processed the possibility. Izuku muttered to himself, trying to steady his nerves by focusing on the positives. He told himself that a haunted quirk might not be the end of the world, at least it provided a built-in mental defense. He reminded himself he was not hearing voices and insisted he was not crazy yet. He convinced himself that if the quirk ever caused harm, Riri would take care of it. For now the voices had not appeared, and when they did he imagined they would simply become more friends. The thought of having friends made him smile through the anxiety, though his words came out ragged and frantic as he nodded so vigorously it looked as if his head might pop off. Akari gathered her twitchy brother into her arms and rocked him gently. She whispered that he was okay and to breathe, repeating that she had him as she soothed him with calming thoughts through their bond. She remained steady and patient until Izuku's breathing slowed and his tension eased. Once Akari had helped calm him, they sat and meditated together to center themselves. After a few moments they prepared to practice fighting and moved to opposite sides of the clearing. Akari asked if he was ready and addressed him as Miyu. Izuku admitted he was not ready at all and felt convinced he was going to die as he let one for all surge through his body. He took a step intending to rush his sister but instead shot upward into the air, crying out as he launched. Akari watched as he rose and then began to fall, instinctively raising her hands and waiting to see if he would land on his feet. Izuku was too stunned to correct his descent. As the ground rushed up he closed his eyes and braced for impact. The impact never came. Akari placed him gently on the ground and began packing their backpacks. She decided they needed a different method than Tai Chi to help him get used to moving with his powers and explained that they would change their approach. Izuku lifted his head and asked how they would do that, watching Akari use her power to tuck things away efficiently. Akari reminded him of the obstacle course All Might had built for her and said they would go there. She told him he would run the course with his powers activated. She grabbed her backpack, sent Izuku's backpack over to him with her power, and urged him to get up, promising an intense training session to help him learn control. The Midoriya siblings spent most of the afternoon running, jumping, climbing, and dodging obstacles in the woods before deciding to call it a day and head home. Izuku complained that he had not expected the obstacle course to be so difficult, looking like he had fought a bear and barely made it back. Akari thought All Might was a SDST deep down but was glad he was a hero, not a villain. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and picked out twigs and dead leaves, saying he could not believe Akari had done it every day for 10 months and then still had to do more workouts at the beach. Akari grimaced at the memory of picking up trash and told him that was still better than a decade of trash duty. Izuku brightened at the thought that his nose was finally starting to work again and that he could smell dirt, which delighted him. Akari and their friend laughed at how excited he sounded. Akari teased that she and their mother and aunt were going to the spa that weekend and asked if Izuku wanted to join. Izuku admitted he needed a deep cleanse and some care for his often broken limbs, rubbing the arm that had suffered the most. Akari unlocked the building door, announcing that she needed the full treatment because she still felt gross from the pervy thoughts they'd encountered earlier. Their mother, Inko, met them at the door and stopped short at the sight of Izuku, who looked as if he had rolled through the forest with twigs in his hair and dirt on him. Akari looked only a little sweaty and otherwise clean. Inko asked if Izuku had tripped and rolled down a hill again, knowing how accident-prone he was. Izuku denied it, but Akari explained with a grin that he had been rolling around in the forest this time. Inko shook her head amused. Izuku called for Riri and rushed to the shower, announcing he would use up Akari's cherry blossom body wash before slamming the bathroom door and locking it. Akari chased him, banging on the door and threatening to sell his limited edition All Might action figures if he used her things. Their mother watched the twins with a warm smile, thinking about how siblings bickered but still cared for one another. She knew Akari had always been a little possessive of her belongings. Inko coaxed Akari toward the living room with tea, saying Izuku would be done by the time she finished. Akari followed her mother, accepting the cup Inko poured and setting it down as she gathered Inko into a careful embrace. Inko said how the two of them always filled her life with joy and admitted how relieved she had been when she learned they were all right after the villain incident at the training facility. The worry had crushed her until the school and Akari both confirmed their safety. Akari promised Inko that they were okay and vowed that, no matter what, she would fight with everything she had to come back home. She swore she would fight whatever threats were out there to make sure Izuku returned safely as well. Inko marveled at Akari's strength and held her daughter's cheeks with loving hands. Akari told her mother that her strength came from having Inko as a safe place to land, that being held in her arms was where she gathered courage and comfort. Akari thought about the life she might have had without that motherly love and how many times she had wished for a comforting voice or a steady arm. Even though Inko was not someone from a distant tale, she was Akari Midoriya's mother, loving her with her whole heart. Inko supported them both in every scrap of their lives, making scrapbooks to hold onto the smallest moments and encouraging them in their chosen path, even while fearing a day they might not return home. Inko was as easy to love as breathing. Akari asked if they could bake "We Survived" cupcakes for her class, and Inko happily agreed after a shower, since Akari still smelled of the trail. By Friday they were back at school, even if it was just one day until the weekend. Akari only had to get through the day and then it would be spa day. The students discussed their brief appearance on the news after the incident at the training facility while Akari went around handing out chocolate cupcakes topped with frosting designed to look like Aizawa's white capture scarf and yellow goggles. Ojiro accepted a cupcake and observed that it looked like Mr. Aizawa's scarf. Akari explained that her mom had helped make them and then handed one to Shoji. She placed a cupcake on Bakugu's desk and teased that he was being grouchy. Mina accepted a cupcake with excitement and mentioned how everyone in class had been on screen for a moment. Akari joked that the villains had called themselves the League of Villains but had come across more like a group of lowlifes who attacked children because they could not face the real heroes, and she offered a "We Survived" cupcake to Jiro. Jiro laughed and said she loved the idea of those cupcakes. The class exchanged light-hearted comments and proud smiles, feeling like big deals after the attention from the news, even as the memory of the incident reminded them of why they trained so hard to protect one another. Kaminari balanced his chair on its back legs while Akari placed a cupcake on his forehead as she passed by. Kirishima, surprised that the villain attack had brought them so much attention, remarked that it was kind of crazy. Jiro deflated Kaminari's bravado with a reminder that the hero course, the one that keeps producing pro-heroes, had been attacked. Siro mimicked Akari's power by wiggling his fingers and held his hands up, trying to imitate her, and Akari handed him a cupcake. Mineta protested loudly at the fuss. Bakugo shouted at him to be quiet, and Akari continued handing out cupcakes. When one of her comments left the boys speechless, the room fell into an awkward silence before everyone settled back into their seats. Ida hurried to the front of the classroom to call for attention and tell everyone homeroom was about to begin. Kirishima gestured that they were already sitting, and Kaminari pointed out that Ida was the only one standing. A few students wondered who would teach class while Aizawa was still recovering from his injuries. The door slid open and Aizawa entered wearing darker-than-dark shades, his arms wrapped with bandages and bruises across his face. He greeted the class in a tired voice, and the students called out in surprise at his presence. Kaminari whispered that he was impressive. Ida rushed forward to check that Aizawa was okay as the teacher made his way to the front. Aizawa singled out Akari Midoriya, and Akari sat up straight at his attention. Aizawa told her that what she had done had been impulsive and dangerous, but that it had also saved his life and protected his eyes. He thanked her and warned her to get more hands-on practice before attempting to heal others again. Akari nodded and said she understood, then added that she was glad he was okay. Aizawa brushed aside concern for himself and warned the class that their fight was not over yet, which set the room buzzing with chatter. Bakugo wondered aloud what Aizawa meant by their fight, and Akari's twin muttered nervously. Mineta fretted at the idea of more villains, while Ashido reacted with excitement when the announcement came that the UA Sports Festival was about to start. Jiro questioned whether it was wise to hold the festival so soon after the villain breach, and Ojiro voiced concern about the possibility of another attack. Aizawa explained that the administration believed holding the festival would show that the threat had been handled and that security had been increased. He emphasized that the event was a major opportunity for all students and not something the school could cancel because of a recent incident. Akari voiced curiosity about the decision, and Mineta admitted he understood the festival's importance but worried about his own safety. The other students teased him briefly before Yaoyorozu spoke seriously about the stakes. Top heroes and agencies would be watching, and the festival was where students could be scouted. Kaminari agreed that after graduation many students join pro-agencies as sidekicks, and Jiro joked that some people miss their chance to go independent, teasing Kaminari in the process. Aizawa stressed the festival's significance again, explaining that it could open paths to professional hero careers and that students should not slack in their training. The class acknowledged his point with a collective response, and Aizawa dismissed them so he could return to his desk. He glanced at the cupcakes scattered around the room and looked bewildered. After he had managed to do it a couple dozen times and Akari was finally satisfied with his progress, she gave her twin a break. She pulled his backpack to her with her powers and took out the food she had prepared for their training. Akari handed her brother the food and identified him as her little brother. Izuku thanked her and asked what was next. Akari said they would eat first and then try his new way of using his powers. Izuku wondered aloud whether his abilities might be like All Might's and admitted he hoped they would be. Akari explained that every person's powers were different, that One for All had been cultivated by its users over many years, and that while All Might had decades of practice, their own manifestation could be different. Izuku reflected that All Might could serve as a rough guide but they would have to adapt to how the power showed itself in him. Akari urged him to finish eating and said they would practice Tai Chi katas with his powers activated as a warm-up routine. She offered him a beef-stuffed bun. Izuku joked that the moving meditation sounded like a Jedi Master thing, stuffing the bun into his mouth and looking adorable. Akari thought he looked cute and snapped a picture of him, explaining that once he had his powers under control they could spar together or train as a team. By lunchtime, most of the students had put the USJ incident behind them and were looking forward to the sports festival, pumping themselves up and planning training routines. Izuku suggested they take advantage of the school training grounds to work on his powers, noting that they now knew Akari could mitigate the backlash when he slipped up, but that he slipped up frequently. Akari agreed and observed that knowing she would always help gave him a safety net that reduced the urgency to master control. She proposed that they train close to each other but separately so he could learn to manage the added boost on his own while she remained nearby in case of serious trouble. Izuku liked the idea. Uraraka then burst in with fierce enthusiasm and proclaimed she would give her all at the sports festival. Her sudden intensity surprised Akari, Izuku, and Ida. Mina popped up between them, wondering what had happened to Uraraka's usually laid-back manner. Akari placed a hand on Uraraka's shoulders trying to calm her, but Uraraka shrugged her off and snapped with an intense glare. Akari met that gaze and, by dialing back her own psychic presence and holding firm, caused Uraraka to step back and breathe out, her expression returning to its usual calm. Mineta had started to say something inappropriate but was cut off by Tsuyu before he could finish. Uraraka then pumped everyone up again, and Izuku, Ida, Mina, and the others offered a supportive cheer. Kirishima asked if Uraraka was okay. Akari reassured him and told Uraraka to calm down and stop scaring people. Uraraka gave a sheepish smile and eased back. Akari withdrew her psychic presence entirely and announced that she was getting hungry and they should head out before she became hangry. She turned and left the classroom, and the others followed her. All Might led them to one of the teacher lounges for lunch. They sat around the table, sharing their food and talking. It almost felt like having lunch with Clint. Even though All Might and Clint were different people, All Might gave Akari the same sense of comfort and familiarity. Akari announced, leaning forward with her elbow on the table and her chin resting in her palm, that she had decided to adopt All Might. All Might reacted with puzzled surprise. Izuku protested that his sister could not adopt grown-ups and tugged at her uniform jacket. Akari insisted that she could, clapping her hands happily and declaring that All Might now belonged in her family box. Her twin covered his face with his hands and shook his head. All Might, flustered and honored by the sentiment, said he was touched and had grown fond of both Akari and Izuku as he began fiddling with the teapot and the water heater to make tea. He had spent much of his life keeping people at arm's length so enemies would not target those he cared about. As retirement drew nearer, his life felt lonelier. No wife, no children, just an empty house to return to. Yet here were 2 children he could call family, 2 he could be close to. The thought made him smile inwardly, and he cleared his throat to change the subject before he got emotional. He mentioned that whatever Akari had done at the USJ had pushed his time limit back to 3 hours and looked at her, curious how she had managed it. Izuku asked, surprised, how that was possible. Akari explained that it had been an experiment. She had thought she could replenish All Might's energy the way Recovery Girl replenished energy, and then considered sending energy directly into the remnants of One for All to give it a boost. She shared her theory that One for All might be keeping his body functioning after his injuries, which could explain how he could still eat and drink despite severe internal damage. Akari, growing more excited, suggested the quirk itself might hold answers. Her brother defended his new quirk, insisting it was not like a unicorn power, but All Might admitted quietly that the quirk raised more questions than answers and rubbed the side where his wound was. Akari went further, saying the quirk felt haunted, as if previous users had left imprints that now lived in Izuku's head, even describing a sunshine yellow, U-shaped flame she claimed existed inside him. All Might, startled and wide-eyed, asked what she meant. Izuku reacted like a delighted fanboy at the idea that All Might was living in his head. All Might said he would need to research the history of his former quirk further, then steered the conversation back to training. He had called them to ask how practice with the new theory had gone. Izuku reported that things had gone well. He could feel One for All coursing through his body, and the obstacle course All Might had set up for Akari had helped him gauge the force and pressure needed with the extra boost. Still, Izuku admitted that he kept fizzling out randomly. Akari suggested that Izuku's subconscious reliance on her as a safety net might be the issue. He had been depending on her ability to stop the backlash, so he hadn't felt the full pressure of learning to control the power by himself. She turned to her brother and insisted he could not depend on her during the sports festival. He had to manage the backlash on his own. All Might agreed that Izuku would have to train independently. He warned that there would be times in their careers when they would not be working together, and although Akari was powerful, she could not divide her focus while fighting without risking everything. He urged Izuku to learn to stand on his own. Izuku admitted that he had never really had to worry about it before, because All Might had always had his back. Akari reminded him that precisely because she had his back, she was forcing him to learn without her. She could not be his crutch. She poked her twin in the forehead to emphasize the point. Izuku then remembered that during a villain attack he had managed to use One for All without backlash when he had to act quickly, the first time he had used his powers on a person. All Might recalled that detail from when Izuku had been taken to Recovery Girl and asked what had been different. Izuku thought it might be that the urgency and the reality of fighting a villain had kept him from overthinking. All Might concluded that Izuku had likely managed to instinctively hold back enough to avoid lethal force. Standing up and looking out over the city, All Might reflected that even with his time limit restored, his time as the symbol of peace was coming to an end. Villains were starting to notice that he was less active than before. He said he would hold on as long as he could to help them reach readiness, but Izuku and Akari would have to work harder. All Might reminded them that he had granted his power because he wanted Izuku to take his place and asked if Izuku still wanted to be a hero. Izuku answered with determination, and All Might's demeanor shifted into one of inspiration. He told Izuku that the UA Sports Festival would be watched closely by professionals and the nation. It should be treated as his debut. All Might urged Izuku to step forward, introduce himself to the world, and announce that he had arrived. Akari squealed with excitement, saying she got chills, and both All Might and Izuku turned to look at her, sharing the moment. Akari felt a thrill run through her and covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All Might rubbed the back of his neck and asked if they wanted more tea while he prepared another pot. Izuku, her twin, replied that he did want more tea, still a little dazed by All Might's faith in him. All Might continued making tea and asked if they knew how the sports festival was set up. Akari nodded and thought about training. She would need to hone her powers and practice hand-to-hand combat. Izuku, who had been a loyal viewer of the festival since he was a child, explained that students were separated by class year and that the support, business, general studies, and hero courses all competed against each other in a series of preliminary trials. He added that whoever made it through the initial games would face off in the finals, describing it as a big round-robin tournament. All Might brightened and pointed at both of them, explaining that the festival would give them plenty of chances to show what they could do. Izuku sounded unsure and admitted that he wasn't entirely convinced. Akari, confused, asked why All Might was singling her out. All Might let out a small groan, flopped back into his seat, and misjudged the motion, sending the sofa tipping over. He lay there for a moment, feeling a little defeated. Izuku quickly apologized and tried to calm his mentor, explaining that it felt hard to get excited after everything that had happened at the USJ. He reminded everyone that he already had the world's greatest hero teaching him, so the festival might not be his only opportunity to be noticed by an agency. All Might laughed and said that no one was better at rambling than Izuku, though he admitted Akari had her moments as well. Akari used her powers to right the couch. She had been a little distracted by her brother, but she couldn't help it. He was endearingly analytical when he got like this. All Might leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and spoke more seriously about ambition. He said some people always aimed for the top while others settled, and that mindset made a big difference in how far someone went in the real world. He acknowledged that he might be projecting a bit of himself onto them, but reminded them not to forget the emotions they had felt during their training at the beach. Akari, watching Izuku think, said she understood why All Might wanted him to shine in the sports festival, but asked why he was so focused on her since she believed she was already capable. All Might pointed at her and argued passionately that she tended to go with the flow, taking her own strength for granted and staying in her brother's shadow. He urged her not to consider herself a backup or a last resort, not to wait for everything to go wrong before stepping in. He challenged her to stop being content and to stop holding herself back. If Izuku might become the symbol of peace, then Akari Midoriya could be the symbol of justice, he insisted, encouraging her to stop hiding and show the world what she could offer. Akari contemplated the challenge to stop holding back. Eraserhead sat in the teacher's lounge eating a cupcake. Present Mike asked where he had gotten an Eraserhead cupcake. Eraserhead explained that one of his problem students kept leaving baked goods on his desk. Present Mike asked which student, and Eraserhead said he did not know but guessed it was the Sugar Kid. All Might arrived announcing that he had cupcakes for his coworkers. Present Mike asked if a student had left them on Eraserhead's desk as well. All Might said that Akari Midoriya had made them and given them to him, and that he had heard a younger Jiro jokingly call them "We survived cupcakes," which was why they seemed so fitting for Eraserhead. Classes were over for the day and Class 1A was packing up slowly. A crowd of students had gathered outside the classroom door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the famous hero class. One student had been saying that she should split her time between training her powers at school and doing physical training at home when her twin trailed off. Uraraka opened the door and immediately revealed the throng of students blocking the hallway. Uraraka reacted with shocked disbelief at the crowd. Ida stepped forward and asked diplomatically whether the gathered students had business with Class 1A. Minty, panicked, insisted she would not be held hostage by the blockade. Bakugo walked past the group and dismissed them as scouts looking for the competition, reminding everyone that Class 1A had survived a real villain attack. He told the crowd that they wanted to see them with their own eyes and declared that at least now they knew what future professionals looked like, ordering them to move along. Ida scolded Bakugo for calling people extras. A tall, purple-haired student from the crowd stepped forward and challenged the class, questioning whether everyone in the hero course was delusional or if Bakugo alone was at fault. Several students in Class 1A exchanged worried looks and tried to signal for him to stop taunting Bakugo. The purple-haired student admitted he had wanted to be in the hero course but had been forced into a different track. He explained that the sports festival offered a chance for transfers and warned that if Class 1A did not bring their best, he would take their spot. He framed the warning as a declaration of competition. Akari singled out Muetoto, grabbed him by the collar, and announced that he would be the one to face the new challengers. Muetoto protested loudly and tearily. Akari said they had no use for someone annoying and implied they would prefer someone taller and more imposing, pointing at the purple-haired student. She released Muetoto, and he stumbled and fell face-first to the floor in a clumsy, comedic manner. Some of the students in Class 1A and a few boys considered the idea seriously. The purple-haired student cleared his throat, surprised by the mixed response. He clarified that he was not simply scouting the competition and reiterated that he intended to challenge their positions in the sports festival. His words set up a tense rivalry. Before the confrontation could escalate further, a gray-haired student from Class 1B stepped forward and announced that he had come to see if the reports about Class 1A fighting villains were true, but complained that they acted like brats who thought they were better than everyone else. Members of Class 1A felt the tension rising and worried that the crowd now disliked them. Wanda rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that people came to check them out because they were ahead in training but refused to admit it, so they resorted to attacking them verbally instead. Bakugo ignored the gray-haired student's taunts and began to walk away, saying that those people did not matter. Kirishima urged him to respond, blaming Bakugo for provoking the crowd, but Bakugo insisted that the only thing that mattered was beating them. He strode through the crowd, leaving the challengers behind. Kirishima watched him go, feeling a swell of emotion and wiping a single tear from his cheek. Sato and Tokoyami reflected that Bakugo's attitude had a point. They needed to be better. Kaminari complained that the situation was frustrating. Akari laughed mockingly and reminded everyone that Class 1A had fought real villains and that they were the ones to beat. The gray-haired boy continued to shout at her, and she pet her head at him. Izuku hurried over to his twin and tried to calm her by moving a hand reassuringly, but she had already begun to exert her psychic presence. It descended on the gathered students in an oppressive wave, leaving them stunned and unable to move or think beyond a rising fear. The sensation was thicker and heavier than what she had done earlier with Uraraka. Wanda focused her presence on the persistent gray-haired boy and told him firmly that they were not what he presumed. She said that the challengers had already made up their minds and were seeking to justify their insecurities by trying to defeat Class 1A in the sports festival. She urged them to work on themselves instead of obsessing over others. Her twin stepped in calmly and placed himself between her and the crowd, declaring that she had said enough and moving to protect her. A brief pause followed as everyone absorbed the challenge and the unspoken promise that the sports festival would settle their rivalries. Green met red, and as red shifted back toward green, the oppressive presence eased and vanished. His brother suggested getting a matcha frappe, smiling, knowing this week had been hard for her mentally and that this was the final straw. Izuku Midoriya was the only one who could move under the weight of his twin's psychic presence. That was not due to being the ninth holder of One for All, but because he was Izuku Midoriya. He had known that presence his whole life, and his spirit had made the Eye of the Storm its safe haven. The storm would never hurt him, his other half would not harm him. Her chaos recognized him as the piece of its mistress that existed outside her body. Ashido snapped back to reality on hearing matcha and immediately said she wanted one too. Yaoyorozu clapped her hands and urged everyone to go, noting they would soon be busy with preparations for the sports festival. They decided to go to the cafe across from the school. Almost everyone joined, but Bakugo had already left, and Todoroki had slipped away when no one was looking. The students of Class 1A gave themselves this little treat before they threw themselves into sports festival preparations, one last moment of being ordinary students before the seriousness of hero training returned. The recent villain attack had made Class 1A the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to see the students who had been through it. That attention bred high expectations from pro-heroes and peers and left many of the class feeling tense. The attack had made them famous but had also set them apart. Jealousy and judgment from other classes, along with the heavy expectations of professionals, made the aftermath feel like a double-edged sword. Wanda had quietly suggested the cafe visit to her classmates so they could enjoy a simple high school hangout. It was a gentle nudge that would fade if anyone resisted. On the way to the cafeteria, Izuku asked Uraraka why she wanted to be a hero. Uraraka explained that she wanted to earn money to help her parents, which Akari admired as a wonderful, considerate reason. Akari told Uraraka that one of her own reasons for becoming a hero was to keep her accident-prone twin safe, and that since they were both going into hero work for their family they would stick together. She slipped an arm around the shorter girl and hugged her close. Uraraka cheered, raised her fist, and did a little happy dance. Izuku and Ida stood behind the two girls, Ida nodding in respect for the family-oriented pair. Izuku did not know whether to laugh or cry at his sister deciding to become a hero partly because of him. He knew it was not the only reason, but it felt like the most important one. He wondered if he really was that accident-prone. Akari reminded him of the recent tally of his injuries and brought up old Nana Yen's rose bushes, making him wince. All Might suddenly called out that the young Midoriyas were here and seemed to appear from nowhere. He held up a cutely packed lunch and invited them to eat with him. Izuku agreed and hurried over, while Akari mentioned she had some leftover cupcakes and skipped over to join them. Uraraka felt overwhelmed by the sheer cuteness of the moment. Later, Akari lay on a salon table as a staff member applied a mud mask to her face. Her mother relaxed on a massage table working out the KNKS in her neck and shoulders, and her aunt enjoyed a seaweed body wrap. Inko sighed that this was exactly what she needed after the week and admitted she had not expected having children start high school to be so stressful. Aunt Mitsuki replied that school itself was not the problem so much as the people who had attacked them. She said with fierce pride that they had not raised weaklings and that villains had never stood a chance. Akari, her face mask stiffening, said that only a few of the attackers had posed a real threat and that most had been handled by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, until All Might's arrival made the situation decisively under control. Aunt Mitsuki laughed in agreement. Inko still did not understand why anyone would target a class of students. Aunt Mitsuki explained that some villains aimed at All Might and considered the students around him a way to strike at the next generation of heroes. Akari, muffled by the mask, insisted that her aunt would never be a villain. In the adjoining room, the boys relaxed. Izuku lay on a massage table receiving a deep tissue treatment after a scrub, feeling the stress of his first week at UA melt away and thinking his sister was brilliant. Mr. Bakugo soaked in the onsen and enjoyed the warmth, while Katsuki Bakugo received a volcanic mud scrub to refresh his skin. Mr. Bakugu asked whether any boys were interested in their girl. Katsuki scoffed that she was too intimidating for them. Izuku noted that Riri was not interested in anyone in that way but was making friends. Mr. Bakugu settled deeper into the hot spring, reminded them that the sports festival was coming up and urged them to do their best, and added that they should enjoy being young because they were only young once. With only 2 weeks until the sports festival, the entire class trained hard. Everyone took their preparation seriously, and Akari was no different. All Might's words circled in her head. Her fear of her powers and of what she could become had made her step back and remain in her brother's shadow, either the quirkless facade where she rarely let anyone see her true strength except to defend or avenge him, or the new shadow where she let her brother shine while she quietly basked in his joy at newfound friendship and acceptance. She realized All Might was right. She could not spend her life emerging only when everything fell apart. If she wanted to be more, she needed a teacher who could help her control not only her powers but her mind. In this world, the best way to attract a teacher was to shine, so she resolved to shine. For physical training, she ran the obstacle course All Might made for her, sparred with Kirishima with his hardening activated, and practiced with Ojiro and Shoji, 2 of the best fighters in their class. This work let her refine the Scarlet fighting style she favored, combining martial arts with her powers to form a protective field so she would not be hurt. She drew on memories of fighting the Black Order in a previous life and on training sessions with Steve, Natasha, Sam, and Vision that had taught her to fight while airborne. She remembered all her past combat experience, but her new body was not yet accustomed to some of the moves or the strain of channeling such power. Still, she told herself, practice would make it better. For power training, Akari used one of the school's battlegrounds. She hovered over a mock city, wrapped in a scarlet aura as she moved her hands and fingers in a rhythm known only to her. Below, the simulated city shifted and reformed at her command. Concrete structures dissolved into fine dust and reassembled in new places and shapes. Other buildings were lifted and relocated. Roads curved, lamp posts sailed through the air to new positions, and trees flew from outside the city to take their designated spots. Akari kept her eyes closed and let her powers shape the scene until it matched the image in her head. Sweat gathered on her forehead from the intense focus. A dull headache began to sting behind her eyes, but she continued without giving up. The point of the exercise was to push her limits. She knew she could do more. In another life she had matched gods, been feared by the mad titan who had extinguished half the universe, and had defeated powerful teams with little effort. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had not bested her then. Now, only she could hold herself back. She recognized the problem. Her body and mind were not yet conditioned to sustain that level of power. The headaches were warning signs that she was using more than her body could handle. Like any other muscle, the capacity to bear that strain could be built up gradually, with smart and steady steps. Opening her eyes, she looked over what had once been a generic training city but now resembled Novigrad. It appeared different without all the anti-Avenger propaganda she recalled. She had to fill in some blanks because she could only remember the city after the bombings, but the reconstruction looked convincing. Akari landed gently and walked toward the church where she and Pietro and other orphans had sheltered at night, the place where she had first encountered Ultron and where she and other Avengers had once fought to protect the world. It was also where, in a past life, she had felt a part of herself break. Expecting the space to flood her with bad memories, she instead entered a church that felt whole and peaceful, not the ruined shell from her recollections. It looked ready to welcome people for prayer and comfort. Looking up at the ceiling made her stop and blink, then laugh aloud. She bent over, clutching her stomach as laughter escaped her, and wiped away tears. The ceiling painting depicted the Archangel Michael defeating Lucifer, but in her mind Michael had been replaced by Steve Rogers and the fallen figure by Thanos. The rest of the Avengers took the places of other angels in the scene. She sat down in the middle of the church, then laid back to gaze up at the painting her imagination had turned into religious art. With only 2 days left until the sports festival, Akari Midoriya meditated in her Novigrad replica church, stretching out her telepathy as far as she could, as she had been doing for the past week. Once, in another life, she had been able to bend the minds of an entire town. In this life she could barely reach a single mind she knew well enough to send a clear message when she and her class needed it most. All Might had told her about the broken message he had received, and that was not good enough. She was the Scarlet Witch, a being of unfathomable power. The only thing holding her back now was herself. Though she had trained her powers here, she had only done what was necessary to gain control, never pushing them toward the limits she remembered. She had been content in this world, convinced she did not need the same level of strength as she had once used. But she had learned the hard way that it took only a single moment to lose everything. She could still recall the shock of watching someone close fall and feeling the sudden, unbearable weight of loss as their life slipped away. Wanda refused to go through that again. She would not lose her twin, her mother, or her friends in this life. She would fight with everything she had. Fortunately, she had a great reservoir of power. Her body simply needed to be able to handle it. That was why she had added telepathy to her training schedule. She had consulted All Might about how to incorporate it without overdoing it. All Might had suggested she practice the skill while meditating, a time she usually used to check her mental shields and center herself so the trauma of her past life would not overwhelm her. Usually she would hop from one mind to the next until she reached the one she needed, as she had when the incident on Tatooine Station had happened and she found Bakuga's thoughts. During the USJ incident she had cast her mind out like a wide umbrella to cover as much ground as possible, and then focused like an arrow toward All Might when she heard his pain as he shifted into his hero form. Later she learned that the message she had sent him had come through as gibberish. She could not help the sting of disappointment at how far the Scarlet Witch had fallen. She could not even send a simple cry for help when attacked by a group of lowlifes. She imagined Natasha giving her a disappointed look and vision regarding her with an analytical stare. She pictured Sam cutting off her pity party and assuring her that, given everything she had survived in her past life, it was understandable she had wanted to take it easy in this new one. Sam would remind her that now she was ready again, and to go be the person she was meant to be. That image steadied her. She had not been ready to be the Scarlet Witch in this life before, but she was ready now. She continued to stretch her focus, returning to the meditative routines All Might had recommended and testing her limits little by little. The day of the sports festival arrived. The Midoriya twins ate a hearty breakfast prepared by their mother, Inko Midoriya. Inko had noticed changes in her children. Izuku had grown more confident and determined, and Akari had fewer episodes where she retreated into her own head. Akari was making friends and engaging more with her classmates. They were growing up and stepping onto the path to becoming heroes, and though the thought sometimes filled Inko with worry, she could see it was good for them. They were happier and more focused. Akari remembered telling her mother that she could only be strong because she had her as a safe place to land. Inko responded that she would always be there for them to gather their strength when they were needed, determined that she would be their #1 fan, just as she had always cheered for the amazing twin mites. Izuku called to his twin that they needed to go, and Akari came running out of her room while brushing her hair. She handed the hairbrush to Izuku and put on her shoes, announcing she was ready with an impish smile. Inko warned them to be careful, especially with Izuku's gentle nature and Akari's fiercer streak. The twins answered in unison that they would be fine. Inko said she would record the event in high definition and urged them to do their best, reminding them she would always be their biggest fan. The twins nodded with identical smiles. Izuku said they should get going, and Akari promised her mother she would make her and Nana Shimura proud before following her twin out the door. Class 1A waited in the designated locker room for the sports festival to begin. Akari sat on the floor between her twin's legs, lightly meditating while Izuku braided her hair into 2 Dutch braids that met at the back of her neck, the remaining hair forming twin tails. Playing with his sister's hair had always calmed him. Akari had once suggested it was a form of moving meditation. The repetitive motions let him focus and let everything else go. He thought she was right, and he also believed it brought his sister comfort through their bond, which calmed him in return. Their classmates talked around them while the twins remained in their quiet world. Bakugo glared in their direction and mentally noted that Midoriya had become better at braiding over the years. The braids were tighter now, not the loose mess they used to be. He scuffed inwardly, insisting that his own braids were still better, and looked away. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tsu looked over Izuku's shoulder and admired his handiwork. Kaminari shook his head in pity and called the male Midoriya SLV to his twin. Jiro scoffed and praised Midoriya's skills, pointing out to Kaminari that any girl would appreciate a boyfriend who was a hero in training at the top hero school and a talented hairstylist. She looked Kaminari up and down and remarked that he barely passed the bar. Mineta, seeing Kaminari crestfallen, laughed and pointed at him. Ida burst into the room in full class representative mode, urging everyone to get their game faces on because they would be entering the arena soon. Akari opened her eyes, felt the braided tails with her hands, and gave her twin an appreciative smile, thanking Izuku. Izuku said the style would keep her hair from getting in the way and tried to imitate Akari's hair flip to prove it would look cool mid-battle, ending up looking like a bobblehead. Wanda reached out and gently stopped him with a giggle. Todoroki approached and called out to Midoriya. Izuku greeted him, and Akari lifted an eyebrow at Todoroki's tense energy. He had seemed more angsty than usual these past 2 weeks. Todoroki, with a measured tone, told Midoriya that from an objective standpoint he was stronger. He acknowledged that Midoriya had all might in his corner but insisted he intended to beat him. The blunt challenge left Izuku taken aback. Akari frowned and wondered whether Todoroki was trying to prove himself against All Might's protege, and whether this was motivated by his own ambitions or by his difficult relationship with his father. Kaminari, amused, asked what all the declarations of war were about. Kirishima stepped forward to calm things, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder and asking why he was picking a fight right before the festival, but Todoroki shrugged off the gesture. He said they were not here to be friends and reminded everyone that the festival was not a team effort, then began to walk away. Akari watched the exchange unfold, bemused, and toyed with the rings on her fingers. Midoriya called after Todoroki and made him stop. Izuku admitted that he did not know what Todoroki was thinking or why he felt the need to assert he would beat him, and he conceded that Todoroki was probably more capable in many respects. Kirishima suggested that Midoriya might be being too hard on himself and encouraged him to be kinder to himself. Izuku, however, countered with determination. He believed other classes would come at them with everything they had, and they would all have to fight to stand out. He declared he would aim for the top as well, meeting Todoroki's challenge with resolve. Todoroki responded tersely and held the stare until 2 small sparks of energy tapped each of their foreheads in a playful, showy gesture. Akari smirked and referenced chess, noting that everyone focused on the king while sometimes forgetting the queen, then walked out of the waiting room. Present Mike announced that it was time for the students to enter the first-year stage as they walked through the tunnel toward the arena, introducing the UA Sports Festival as the annual event where fledgling heroes tested themselves. Present Mike named the students of Class 1A as the new stars who had faced the enemy and earned their place, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Akari scanned the stadium and tightened her mental shielding while Present Mike rapidly introduced the other classes. The brisk introductions made the rival classes more determined and left most of 1A feeling the pressure build. Midnight sashayed onto the stage, drawing attention with a confident presence. Kirishima, trying to look anywhere but at Midnight, thought someone should speak to her about the outfit. Kaminari, trying to keep his focus steady, thought the costume might be a distraction. Tokoyami wondered whether it was appropriate for a school event. Akari suggested viewing it as training to remain composed when facing a charismatic opponent, and the others reflected on that perspective. Midnight flicked her whip to bring the crowd to order and announced that Katsuki Bakugu from Class 1A would deliver the student pledge. The entire Class 1A was surprised and intrigued that Bakugu was chosen to speak. Whispers spread about how the speech might affect the school's opinion of them. As Bakugu walked past Akari, she sent a small red wisp his way. His eyes flashed scarlet for a moment before returning to their usual vermilion. He walked up to the stage and stood before the microphone with an easy posture. Bakuga declared that he was aiming for the top and reminded everyone that they were all students of UA, the next generation of heroes, doctors, police officers, firefighters, businesspeople, inventors, and more. He urged them to show the world what they had to offer and raised a fist, producing small, celebratory explosions like fireworks. The crowd cheered wildly for the unexpected, inspiring speech, and many students who had dismissed him were pleasantly surprised. Several members of Class 1A glanced toward a smirking Akari Midoriya and then watched as Bakugo left the stage and strode straight to her. Bakugo demanded to know what Akari had done. Akari replied with a smirk and a light pat on his shoulder that she had made him more likable. Present Mike speculated that there might be something like romance in the air and urged the audience to stay tuned, snapping both of them out of their stare. Akari scrunched her nose while Bakugo flushed. Without delay, Midnight explained the first event. She described it as a qualifier designed to test stamina and resolve, an obstacle race. A holographic wheel spun behind her and landed on the obstacle race. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would participate and that the track circled the outside of the stadium for 4 kilometers. She announced that contestants were free to use any tactics they wished so long as they did not leave the course, and then instructed them to take their places. Akari's younger brother called out to her to confirm that they would not help each other in the competition. Akari affirmed that they would not. He asked if they would be directly competing against each other, and Akari confirmed that they would. Panic crept into his expression as sweat beaded at his temples, and he worried aloud that he might not make it. Akari teased him gently, and he protested that he was only 12 minutes younger, his voice tight with nervous energy. The first-year students all lined up at the starting line, waiting for the countdown. Akari planned to run steadily and only use her powers when necessary. She expected she'd have to rely on them often today, and did not want to exhaust herself at the outset and suffer a migraine for the rest of the day. Midnight signaled the start as the light turned green. Everyone surged forward, trying to get through the doorway first, but they became squeezed together and jammed in the tunnel. Wanda prepared to levitate over the crowd, but something cold tapped her between the shoulder blades. The chill traveled across her shoulders and down her arms until ice formed over her hands and locked them in place. She looked down and saw her arms encased in ice, unable to move. Todoroki considered Akari his biggest threat to victory and refused to underestimate her. He used his ice to freeze her legs in place and swept past, sending a ribbon of cold down the hallway and leaving the route slick with frost as he moved. Akari, frozen on the spot, watched in bewilderment as her twin bounced from wall to wall like an odd ping-pong ball until he emerged from the tunnel. She wondered when she had become best friends with someone nicknamed Ice Baby and when Izuku had turned into a non-stop blur. Snapping out of her confusion, she tried to wiggle her fingers but found them stuck. She realized Todoroki had figured out that she used her fingers as a focus. Panic flared, but then she examined the ice covering her like bulky armor and an idea struck her. She concentrated on the layer of her powers that lay on her skin and released a controlled blast. The force shattered her icy restraints and sent the frozen students around her tumbling aside. Once free, she took off and flew out of the hallway. Present Mike announced over the speakers that Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A had struck and defended in a single move, praising his elegance and declaring him the first through. Akari managed to catch up to the other students before a small airborne Pomeranian lunged at her, knocking her to the ground. Bakugo accused her of trying to mess with his mind and launched another explosion as he flew by. Wanda raised her shield just in time to protect herself. Akari retorted that she had made him more likable and that he should be thanking her, then threw an energy sphere and rose into the air. She kept herself protected from Bakugo's continuing explosions and flew toward the robots, leading her attacker along.